going to give you a quick demo of our CTN Network website, ctnnetwork.net. Join our community. It is free. You just type in ctnnetwork.net, and this is the homepage right here. And if you want to create an account, you would just click up here and create new account right here. Sign up with your email, or you can sign up with just clicking on Facebook or Google. So you can sign up with your Facebook account or your Gmail. So I'm already signed up, so I'm going to click in Gmail right here, and it's going to log me in. And as you can see, this is our homepage. Click on creators right here, and this shows you all the CTN family members that are content creators. Everybody is on here. If you want to go to one of their YouTube channels, for example, if you want to go to Crypto Talk Now, just click on channel, and it takes you right over to the YouTube channel for that particular creator. And you click on community. This is our community right here. We do have a forum, and this is a forum where you can post things, you can interact with one another. And there's also a blog right over here that we post our own content on. And if you click on CTN Studios, you can watch our live show and other content creators' live shows right through this CTN Studios. We do have advertisements for some of the content creators. There's the Crypto Smith, there's Waddy, the Crypto Hunter, and we also have live charts for the ISOs right in this box right here. We have a feature where you click on the heart if you want to donate to us. You can donate with Ethereum or Binance, BNB. And also, if you click on this button right here, we're going to have a call-in feature, which is already live. If you want to call us, just click on the green icon, the green phone icon, and click on call now. And during the show, between 9:15 and 10, when we announce it, when Max is on or when I'm on with Max, we will start accepting phone calls, and you guys can be live with the show. If you want to turn your video on, you can come on camera as well. So good stuff there. Now back onto the homepage. If you click on members, you can see all the people that are members here. All these people here, like Chaka just signed up, Gills33, Miguel. All these people here are members of our community. So you guys can sign up, and then you can chat with one another. So you can either click over here, message right here. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to welcome him. I'll send him a quick message, and then I can click enter or just a little arrow. If you want to message somebody else, you can click on message, or you can go right over here into members chat and go ahead and message them and create a new chat if you want by clicking this little button right here. Now also, if you scroll down here, you can see some of the past videos that our content creators in our content creator family have created. You can go in here and watch some of the recorded videos. They're scrolling down here. Just choose one to watch. And that's it, guys. Thank you for watching this brief demo. Make sure you sign up so you can interact and be part of the community when we are not on the live show.
Singing this song, I see I was wrong. To tame you down, I was the clown. I'm singing this song, I see I was wrong. To tame you down, I was the clown. I know now what you're all about. I've had the time to run out. I wait for the touch of your hand. Your love is so, so grand. Oh, baby.
All right, sorry about that. My settings got all messed up. I'm gonna double check the other screen, make sure you guys can hear me. My settings got all messed up with the reconfiguration of my microphone. Sorry about that. There we go. All right, let's start this over. All right, sorry about that. Let's do it one more time. All right, testing, 1, 2, 3. Make sure we're good. I think we are. Double check it one more time. All right, sorry about that. All right, so if anything, before the show started, I tested everything to make sure the connections are all good, all that stuff. And of course, it rugged my microphone. But anyway, congratulations. Welcome to Friday. You made it to the end of the work week. Now, I have some big announcements to make, all right? In the tweet that was sent out today, I mentioned that there's going to be a big bombshell, JASMY bombshell, that will be on the show for today. I'm going to monitor it. We're going to have at least a minimum of 40 people consistently here before I release that. So definitely stick around. And when we get into that, you'll see some indicators of me getting into that. You're not going to want to miss that. So whatever outside distractions you have, getting distracted by the wifey, or let's say you are the wifey, or I don't know, just anything and everything, right? You need to pay attention when it comes to that. So we'll get into some other things. Smash that like if you haven't done this already. Hey, Mike, thank you for that little red phone call, if you will, calling the Bat Cave, right? I do appreciate it because it told me that something was wrong. I checked my settings and it didn't show that I was muted. I was like, you know what? I bet you anything. It set everything to default and it basically killed my mic and it didn't activate my studio mic. So I do appreciate that. Shout out to Mike who helped get that fixed, right? So let's go ahead and kick it into the comments. But I'm telling you flat out, guys, smash that like, because as soon as we get past 40, we can get right into the whole big shebang. I'm telling you flat out, this is a bombshell. This is like, let me put it this way. It's not the whole thing in regards to that white paper news, and that's big news. We'll get into that. But, and I can't take full credit in regards to this. This is one of those, and shout out to, Crypto Hulk. This is like a Crypto Hulk moment. Yeah, I'm not even kidding. Smash that like. All right, let's get into it. So Tim Shea says, hello to Rain. Good to have you here, Mr. Tim Shea. He also says hello to JC. I don't see any JC's comments, but, if anything, maybe we can give him some recognition real quick. So I think I did see him in the comments before the show started, so I think it deleted all that. So you know where I'm going to go with this? I am going to show you guys something, and that is this right here. You should check out the creator section on ctnnetwork.net. And when you go there, yes, there's this wonderful little guy. His name is JC the Man. He is the man. And if you go click on that, it takes you right to his YouTube. He is up to 89. You really want to make this kid's day for the weekend? Have him tick up to at least 90. And if you're super cool, you'll help him achieve the milestone that he's been wanting to achieve for the longest time. And that is getting to 100. So there you have it. JC the Man. It's all one word. We'll leave that up there for a bit. And let's go further down. Ray-In's in the house. I'm thinking to watch Barbershop on Friday with Ice Cube. Wow. That's how we're starting things off already, right? That's fine. All right, that's fine. That's fine. That's cool. I've been told I'm the Filipino Ice Cube because apparently this thing here reminds people because, Boys in the Hood or whatever, where, Ice Cube's wearing the Detroit Tigers hat. But this is not Detroit. I'm not the D. You're not the new kid on the block about to get smacked back to the boondocks. Freaking Ryan. Your squad ain't your type. Your juice ain't your type. So take some real advice and drink some juice with Tim Shea and Vanilla Ice. And when I tell you, you better use it. You better subscribe to JC the Man. This ain't no hilly-billy music. Never mind. Let's get further down. All right. Let's welcome. Rayan says, Abdul, brother, we have plenty of JASMY videos on the channel. All right. Well, welcome Abdul as well. Salamander, the XDC commander, he is here. Welcome to him. We have over 45 people, so we're just going to welcome a few more people. We're going to kick it into, I'm telling you flat out, it's going to be something, and you're going to want to pay attention. And if you're a JASMY holder, you are going to be like blown away. I am not playing. You may think, why is Max never does hype? He must be really hyped about something. Yeah, I am. I am really hyped. Okay. I'm not even playing how hyped I am right now. I don't get hyped that much. I am hyped. Absolutely 110%. All right. Let's go further down. We're going to welcome Brittany. Thank you for being here. Of course, Tim Shea, Mayor of Crypto, the Crypto Commissioner, representing the XRP Army, 589th District. Before we can get to that $589, you better believe it. Coochie Boy's in the house. He says, "Hey, CTN fan, thank you for being here, Mr. Coochie Boy." Just going through a few more comments. Brian Dowie says, "Sup, guys? I will read his comments. 2Bit Crypto will read his comments. And if 2Bit Crypto didn't read his comments earlier today when I was doing a virtual lecture, I'm going to come back and say, you know what, 2Bit? What the blood clot? You know what I mean? But that's okay. Let's go further down. We got Mr. GS in the house. He says, "Hello, everyone. Glad to have you." KK is in the house. "Please form a single line. No pushing or shoving. There's enough crypto for everyone." Yes, single file. No, I'm kidding. I said that enough times over my teaching career to, I think that just is worn out. And I was never the type of guy to really make that big of a deal about it. And anyway. All right, so let's go further down. I'm going to welcome a few more people. I do see that you guys are welcome, Brittany and GS and everybody else, and that's good stuff. Let's get into welcome Mr. Michael Montclair. He says, "What's up, gang?" I guess that's a new thing. What's up, gang? All right. River says, "Good evening. How is it going?" Well, you don't want to know how it's going to go. It's going to be great if somebody could just subscribe to JC the Man for you could tick up to 90 subscribers. That's what would be good. But glad to have you here, Mr. River. Appreciate you guys. Michael Montclair says, "Ooh, guys, some crazy fear tactics are going to get people out of the crypto market." Yeah, that is true. All right, let's see here. Crypto Commissioner, I need to file a complaint. Uh-oh, what's going on with that? Michael Montclair says, "Just bought another $20 of JASMY." You know what? There's nothing wrong with that. You know what I mean? Like, if you're DCA multiple days, right? That adds up to a lot of people's, goal of whatever it's $400, $500, you name it, right? After a month, I mean, all adds up. All right. Dell is here. Thank you for being here. He says, "Yes, Max, let's go. It's time to kick back, enjoy the show with some nice fat juice." That's right. Shout out to Rayan. My fat juice commissior or something like that. I can't remember how it goes. Anyway, thank you for being here, Dell. Shout out again to Rayan. Always appreciate you guys. All right, so let me see what's up with this. Rio listed on MEXC today. That was good news. Absolutely good news. I think it was on there before that, but that's cool too. Might have been a few days, but that's fine. XXI Gaming's in the house. Thank you for being here, man. Really appreciate you. You've been retweeting some of our stuff and having some nice compliments on the in the YouTube area. Appreciate that. Blackwood is in the house. Thank you for being here, Blackwood. Hopefully you packed the lunch, and I don't really know if it's going to go that long, but we'll see. It is Friday, so it's not like it's the end of the world. All right. Ahmed Hulk says hello. Jeez. All right. Let's see how we're doing. Crypto Holmes 777's in the house. Thank you. Welcome back. We're up over 50 now. Thank you for smashing that like, guys. You got smashing that like. Yeah, I was muted for a bit because my settings got all reset. So it didn't know what microphone to pick up. Didn't know it should pick up this thing that I use only for gaming, right? Right. It didn't know to pick up this one that's right in front of me that you guys don't see. But it's a studio mic. Anyway. All right. It's gonna maybe welcome a couple more people. And I'm gonna welcome me. Is it me you're looking for? Lionel Richie. All right. Oh, it's Max. We live. Hey. Yeah, I know. Max is the guy to learn from when it comes down to this crypto. Well, thanks, man. Appreciate that, Mr. XXI Gaming. They ought to learn from you, though, when it comes to playing Madden. If they want to get some, education on how to get juked from the left to the right in a stiff arm. Anyway. All right. The Crypto Jedi. Hey, welcome back. Saw some of your pictures, man. You did meet some interesting people at that Saitama Vegas event back in the day. I was like, wow, man, you really met some crypto bigwigs. All right. Also want to welcome Thiago Neves, Ecstasy Brazil. Welcome. Thank you for being here. You know, you're from Brazil, clearly Portuguese. Why am I doing a Cubano accent? I don't know. It's just me. Andre DeFi, he says, how's it, Max? Thanks for the follow and aloha, bro. Yeah, no problem, man. My bad, I'm not following you back quicker. I try my best to keep up with, who's following me back. But you know what? Triggered, you really standing out. You kept retweeting and liking everything. I'm like, you know what? I recognize him. He watches the show. And I'm like, is he following me? And I'm like, yeah, he is following me. So it was good stuff. All right, so we obviously have some really good problems. Let's go ahead and kick it into tonight's show. Let's just go ahead and do that. And Max, what if we need the back scratcher? It has been officially labeled as what? The Max Scratcher. Shout out to Brian Dowie, whose comments I will read. Most of them, for the most part. Might not be all of them, but it'll be most of them. Dab, dab. All right. So let's use that as a bookmark. Really appreciate you guys being here. Let me go ahead and stop this screen for a bit, and let's give it its proper notice. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's get into the JASMY bombshell. Here we go. All right. It's just kind of like you saw right there. It is breaking news. That's why we had to pull it up. So with that said, check this out for yourself. Start things off from crypto Twitter, believe it or not. And, when I saw this, I couldn't believe my eyes. I'm going to show you here in a second. It's going to share it in a way in which everybody can see it, obviously. But it's very, very big news when it comes to JASMY. Give me just a second. There it is. So check this out. Maybe you saw me retweet this. I can't remember, to be honest. But here it is. Shout out to this guy. He deserves most of the credit, right? I can't just be like, hey, you know what? This is a crypto Hulk moment, right? So I cannot take all the credit, but I can definitely, as a content creator, bring it to you in video format and so on. So shout out to Dip Metaverse. This particular guy right here, I am going to follow him. He just ticked up to 4,600. If you happen to be listening to this at some point on the recorded, shout out to you, man, right? His views are his own. For now, mostly JASMY, QNT, Gala, so and so on, right? Look what he mentions here. He says, took a screenshot of the video, Hara_JASMY CFO just tweet out. Now, you got to keep in mind, Hara, as we know, I'm going to go ahead and follow him. I don't know why it doesn't say I did, but listen to me for a second. Hara will put some things out. A lot of things are in Japanese. And we're like, man, we can't read this, right? It takes some of the deep divers to kind of get more into it. You maybe wondering like, I don't know. What's the big deal here? Right? It says they do show NFT and PDL. What's PDL? Personal data logger, right? JASMY's personal data logger says, which is a nice tribute to our JASMY. Definitely check out the other videos on the channel. Now, some people recognize how big this was, right? So, you have Hara, and he goes, basically like this. WITS, as we know, subsidiary of Toyota, among other things, right? A publicly listed Japanese company that has developed many software products and contributed to society, is a partner company of JASMY. We would like to continue to promote business partnerships with services that are used by many people. Now, you may feel, well, this isn't the juicy stuff yet. This ain't the breaking news yet. We're going to get into all that. So as we know, right, he puts it out. Doesn't seem that big of a deal. But when you get further into it, you will have noticed some of the things you're about to see right here. And if anything, there's like this stuff, right? And, nobody is really going all that crazy. They're like, oh, that's cool. And it was just basically like this guy who basically got the catch, right? And the catch is, of course, this. And you were thinking, maybe thinking like, well, what is that, right? Well, I'm going to get into that. I'm going to get into that right now. And if anything, I'm going to play this particular video for you guys, right? So I'm going to pause it at the 50-second mark. And of course, this comes straight from YouTube. This is WITS, as we know. This is a subsidiary for like Toyota, right? You know, people are saying there's no real partnership. There's nothing, right? So most of this, of course, is in Japanese, but we're going to get to the aha moment here in a second. So I'm going to go ahead and play this. You're not going to understand it, but just bear with me. Let's get to that mark. Here we go.
考える。やってみる。議論する。やってみる。ちょっと休む。やってみる。また考える。やってみる。うまくいく。喜ぶ。そしてまた考える。そんなことを繰り返しながら、私たちビッツはテクノロジーの力で少しずつ世界を更新していきます。株式会社ビッツは自動車を中心とする様々な分野のソフトウェア開発やセーフティー&セキュリティのコンサルティングを行う企業です。名古屋本社、名古屋テクノロジーセンターのほか、
Let's pause it right there. Nagoya Head Office Technology Center. Now you guys can barely see this, but what's important is this smashes all FUD 100%, where people said all this stuff is speculative. There's nothing there. On that screen right there, this is like what they call a crypto Hulk moment, right? JASMY, written plain as day on that particular window or whatever the heck you want to call it, right? Where they're connecting everything. So we're connecting the dots, right? JASMY, JASMY, PDL. What does PDL stand for? Personal Data Locker. Let's try to blow this up just a tad bit more if you're having a hard time kind of following this for whatever reason. I'm going to show you guys this. So I did go ahead and try to blow this up as much as I could. And yeah, there it is right there. If anything, maybe I could just do a tad bit more. Makes it kind of smudged though. Let me see. Yeah, it makes it kind of smudged, but there it is. That highlight, JASMY, PDL, Personal Data Locker, right? I mean, you may think, well, this is awesome. You may be that type of guy like, well, I don't really understand how this is awesome. What's there to understand? Basically, it's like this. I'm going to jump back to this particular video once again. This is a little more clear when I do it this way. So, yeah, look at that. That is a lot more clear. So, JASMY PDL, Personal Data Locker. On the top right, they have this breakdown in regards to the user, the NFT, the consensus. So let's get into this for a second, right? To me, this is huge, absolutely huge, because it smashes the FUD 110%, because the FUDders kept saying all that was speculative. We didn't hear anything official from WITS, but plain as day, right? We understand that when it comes to a lot of this stuff, there's NDAs, right? And if anything, in Japan, with the honor system and so on, you have to keep in mind what? You have to keep in mind that they're perfectionists, right? And they do take their time on things. Also, they do try to respect NDAs, and sometimes stuff leaks out. There's a particular leak, if you will. This is a bombshell, flat out. I'm telling you, flat out, absolute bombshell. Now, why make such a big deal about this, Max? I don't get why you want to do that. Well, we're going to get into that as well. So, here's another particular video. This comes actually from that same company, right? It's called WITS. And if anything, they have a lot of things going on, right? With IoT and so on. Check out this demo. It's called Demo-SF Twin Remote Control. The reason why you're going to want to see this is because, if anything, remember how we talked about with JASMY, you have former Sony executives, right? And, you know, some people used to say, well, these former Sony executives, I don't know, what was it like? They dishonor themselves by, you know, making JASMY and all this stuff, right? Well, I think, you know, if anything, there's a lot more to it than these BS claims, right? So my thing is this: why would a company like WITS want to get involved with JASMY? All right, and we got more of that outline coming here in a bit. So I'm going to play this. You're going to get some aha moments here in a bit. And again, guys, it's all connecting the dots, 110%. You guys are getting the info first live on the live. Of course, I'm going to put a recorded video to get it out there as well later on. But you guys getting this first. Let's also continue to connect the dots. Watch this. Here we go. Look at that controller. I know it don't sound like much, right? But why even recognize a PlayStation controller? Just hear me out. And everything you see right here is IoT. And this comes from WITS, the same company that leaked out the JASMY connection, if you will. Probably not intentional, but definitely leaked out. All right, there's obviously more to this, right? I just want to give you that quick gist. Now, let's get into this next particular page. WITS. Who the heck is WITS? Why should they matter? Well, here's this page. It comes from Crunchbase. It says WITS focuses on the research, design, and development of embedded softwares. Okay, that sounds cool. Recent activity and news and so on, right? You got all this stuff. Technically, they're founded back in June of 1997, right? You also got to keep in mind during the height of things around 96, 97, Sony PlayStation 1, just throwing that stuff out there, right? Which focuses on the research, design, and development of embedded softwares, right? The company also develops real-time operating systems, and IT solutions softwares, which was established, like I mentioned, 1997. It's headquartered in Nagoya, Japan. Nagoya, Japan. Well, Max, you're going to have to give me a little bit more in regards to that. I got you covered. So you may be wondering, why even draw any type of connection to embedded software operating system? Well, we should, right? So what is an embedded operating system? Right? An embedded operating system is a specialized operating system designed to perform a specific task for a device that is not a computer. Perfect example, your Android device, right? It could be also some of these other particular things, right? Even Linux. Well, as we know, Linux is a non-profit operating system, right? It's a pretty darn good operating system. So Linux and Android are two powerful operating systems used in most of the embedded systems today. Is operating system and embedded software? It's a good question. An embedded operating system is a specialized operating system designed to perform a specific task for a device that is not a computer, hence Internet of Things. The main job of an embedded operating system is to run the code that allows the device to do its job. Here are some examples of embedded systems: central heating systems, engine management systems in vehicles. That Toyota WITS partnership. Subsidiary. Didn't Max cover this in the past? Yes, he did. Domestic appliances such as dishwashers. Again, Internet of Things. Who talked about some of these things in the past in regards to Internet of Things, right? That we didn't need to have everything that's IoT talking to each other in an unsafe way. Gilbert Verdian, Quant, right? Digital watches, electronic calculators, GPS systems. Think about the whole thing that JASMY was trying to solve with that, right? We were talking about that, right? That, you know, they want to have something in which protects the private data of people who drive down the street in Japan when it comes to autonomous vehicles and so on, the GPS systems, even fitness trackers. All right. So let me jump into a little bit more in regards to this. So there's obviously a lot more to this. All right. And if anything, it's nice to, I guess you could say, put the pieces together and go from there. So let's do just that. Now there's this, and I will give a shout out to Mike Cornwall in regards to this. So Mike, here you go. Japan approves Web3 white paper to promote industry growth in the country, JASMY and so on. And don't worry, guys, I'm going to get back in the comments, but this is big stuff. All right. So this came from CoinDesk. This was reported. Apparently, I think that was yesterday? Yeah. Yesterday. So what's this all about? And if anything, why should it matter to you? Well, we're going to jump into that. So before we play the actual video that I have for you today from CoinDesk, and yes, I did remove my ad blocker so we can have it. I know you guys are all accusing me of using LimeWire back in the day, but look what it says. Japan approves Web3 white paper to promote industry growth in the country. The document proposes more tax reforms, clear accounting standards, and a DAO law. All right. Japan's ruling Liberal Democratic Party Web3 project team has published a white paper laying out recommendations for boosting the crypto industry in the country, which is part of Prime Minister Fumio Kishida's strategy of promoting technology and a project called Cool Japan. Now, I'll remind you, okay? I meant to share that particular tab. Sorry about that. I will remind you of a particular individual. You may know him. Obviously, he's me. And there's other content creators. I can't take the full credit in regards to this. All right. I'll show you this real quick. Here it is. Type in Japan. Why am I going to do this? Because it's going to give you an outline to further solidify the research and to further pound it home of some of the things we covered. There's Cool Japan. JASMY, Cool Japan. This report 2 months ago. NFTs and DAOs, the JASMY connection. How about them apples? How about that? Old Maximus connecting the dots long before a lot of other people were. Huh? Yeah, absolutely. So, we're going to get into a little bit more about this here in a bit. There's a lot of juicy stuff. So let's just take a moment to pause on this. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. If you old JASMY, if you were bullish before and you're not that much more bullish now, I don't know what to tell you. I don't. None of this is financial advice. But boy, we love to bring you guys the deep dive research. Shout out to Tokenizer, freaking Quant Papa. Even if you don't, that's Quant Max. So what? The point is, the guys who put in the time when it comes to the research, that's what it's about. All right. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. If you're not impressed with the info tonight, I don't know what to tell you. And we're going to have some more. Maybe this is Max's Crypto Hulk moment, whatever the heck you want to call it. I don't care. Shout out to Crypto Hulk. Give him a follow. All right. Let's kick it into the comments here tonight. Man, it's going to be a great show. It still is. It's really started off on the right note. I saw we have in the 60s as far as wonderful, beautiful people. Shout out to Larry. Hope he's doing a little bit better. I miss you, Larry. But yeah, let's read some of the comments. And before I do, let me check the other, the other screen and make sure I didn't miss out on anything because I don't want to do that. All right, let's get into it. All right, we have Thiago. Let's give me a thumbs up. All right, cool stuff. Michael, I loaded up on JASMY as well. We'll see what's going on with the JASMY price. Some people accuse me of pumping stuff. I'm like, I'm not that big of an influencer or content creator. I always try not to call myself an influencer. Please don't sue me. All right. Let's pull up JASMY for a moment. Let's just keep it right there as we're going through the comments. There we go. And if anything, We'll do a chart. You guys like charts and stuff. All right. Yeah, let's go further down. And we got guys kind of just saying hello. Nice crypto. Hey, how we doing tonight? Man, I hope that you saw the JASMY news. Hopefully you appreciated that. GS says 2-bit dropped another JASMY vid. My JASMY. That's good, man. Appreciate you guys. 74 wonderful, beautiful people, as the saying goes. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Did I just see Stardog up in the house? Stardog, man. Good to see you, man. Always a pleasure seeing my homie mate from across the pond, Mr. OG of OG, Stardog. Glad to have you here tonight, Stardog. Achman says JC the Man for president. Yes, hopefully you guys gave another follow to JC the Man. All right, let's see here. And let's see how we're doing. Motown Max. That's funny. Crypto Jedi says not many YouTube channels covering JASMY. Glad I'm here. Well, thanks, man. Appreciate that. I see your allergies are gone, Max. Good on. They're not completely gone. I'm kind of fighting through it, but I'm doing my best to stay away from the dust for a little bit. I need the dust because it kind of, I don't know, some stuff kind of came in when I was opening up the windows. But anyway, yeah. All right. Yes, 589. All right. Stardog says Max is hyped because he got his free WrestleMania NFT. Oh, I didn't get that yet. I didn't get that. I need to get that. Forgot about that. Sorry about that. Stardog was like, dang it, Max. What the heck? Thanks, Max. No Vaseline in the M16. I do this stream like I feed my body creatine. My favorite jewel is diamond. My favorite color is green. I piss green smoke Louis the 13th. Boy, I'm kidding. All right, let's go further down. Michael Montclair says, yeah, I'm at 10,000 in JASMY, slowly trying to get to 100K. Cool, man. Make that a goal. All right. Marvin Davis said, what's up, Max? I just shared this live with 4 of my cousins that are new to the ISO. Could you explain them a little XRP, XDC, XOM? I'll try to remember that. All right. And we'll get back into it. I'm just trying to keep up with, on the topic of where we're at, but I'll try my best to remember that. And if anything, we're going to get into the XRP, XLM, XDC news anyway. So I won't forget because it's part of the lineup. Smash that like if you haven't done so. Let's tick back up to the 70s. This is a great show that we have here tonight. And let's see here. I'm going to stop the screen for a brief bit. Read a few more comments. Thank you for being here. Osborne, what's up, Max? It's been a minute. Glad to be here. Man, you know what? Something. I still can't get over this expression. All right. I'm just going to throw it out there. I still can't get over it. When I first heard of it's been a minute, that used to bug me when that expression first came out, I don't know, 2007 or something like that. I'm like, what do you mean it's been a minute? And then I have my one friend, his name is Jerry. He's one of my best friends, Jerry Tapia. He comes on here as Monster, and he'll say something like, all right, he'll call me up in phone. He'll be like, all right, man. He was like, I'll see you right now. And I'm like, how are you going to see me right now if you're 20 minutes away? He's like, well, yeah. He's like, I'll be there right now. No, you'll be there here in 20 minutes. But anyway, it's one of those things. It's kind of like a Doc Brown moment. All right, let's read a couple more comments, kick it back to what we have. Mafat Juice, yes. Yo, KK, how's it go? Marvin Davis says their names. All right, I'll give you a shout out to Marvin Davis's names. Let's give a shout out to JBAR, Eric, George, and Richard. I'm trying to help them gain this knowledge about ISO. All right, let's give a shout out to JBAR, Eric, and George, as well as Richard. Very cool. Welcome. Hope to see more of you guys here. Jabbar, obviously, your name's cool. I think of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar with the sky hook, the unblockable shot that he mastered. I can't wait to see another player master that. That's a lost art. All right, let's go further down. And I think we have a couple more people here. Glenn Robinson's in the house. I saw Super Chat come in. Welcome, Glenn Robinson. Before we get into the Super Chat, Glenn Robinson is a famous basketball player. The big dog, Glenn Robinson, the Milwaukee Bucks back in the day. Number 1 draft pick. I think he was the number 1 pick in the 1996 NBA draft, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to double check that. The big dog. Glenn Robinson. How well my memory is, real quick. Just real quick, and we'll get back into crypto. I promise. I promise we'll do it. It was 1994 NBA draft. Yeah. The number 1 pick by the Milwaukee Bucks. That is correct. He was a 2-time All-Star. Okay. The big dog, Glenn Robinson. Yep. All right. Let's go ahead and get into that super chat from Henry Brown Cryptos. Reg's is like Christmas waiting got me on edge. Yeah. Well, thank you for the super chat and being here consistently, man. You apparently appreciate the content. And I just want to state this. We definitely appreciate you being here. So thank you very, very much. Really do appreciate that. I also want to welcome a couple more people. Rena, hopefully that's the right name, right way to pronounce it, or Rena. Clemus. Quant went to the moon, LOL. After regulatory clarity, then to the moon and beyond. Way past the moon to Pluto. To, out of the Milky Way, as far as I'm concerned. All right. I'm not trying to hype you guys up in that too, but 100 plus blockchains to be interoperable, software development kit, 15 on that. Just scratching the top of the iceberg, if you will, when it comes to the whole thing with APIs, you name it. It is literally the plumbing, the entire plumbing. Like I mentioned, check out the Mall of America. What would connect the entire Mall of America? It would be like something like Quant's Overledger, if you will. It's what gets it all connected. And then some. I mean, you could technically say all the freaking malls in the whole world, if that's the case. Just trying to put it in layman's terms, if you will. But yeah, I mean, hold your Quant, reach the goals that you need to have. Some people obviously have bigger bags than others. But know what you have, know what you hold, and know why you hold it. If you've done the research, you're not the type of guy who's swing trading Quant. I always shake my head when I see somebody swing trading Quant. To me, Quant is not one that you want to swing trade. You want to, as the saying goes, you want to count your blessings when it comes to the price of Quant, whether you got it for, when you first covered around 40, or if you're like me, you came in at 90, or whatever the case be, right? Or you had a slight pullback. Like, count your blessings when it comes to your Quant. Why am I saying that? Because eventually we will all be priced out of Quant, just like we are with Bitcoin. Yeah, there's a select few of us who are doing both. DCing in this accumulation phase, because we understand the next phase is the markup phase, and we might also be able to grab a couple Bitcoins along the way. There's opportunity in that. But my main thing is this: when it comes to Quant, understand that if Bitcoin went to 69K with no utility, and with supply of 21 million, Quant has 14.88 million, and all that interoperability and everything else that they do. We talked about the whole thing at SATP. The video came out today. It was part 3, I think, part 4, something like that on SATP. SATP. If you hold Quant, you need to educate yourself on SATP. That is massive. And shout out to Tokenizer for being here for that. All right, we're going to read a couple more comments. Hello, is it Menelek we're looking for? Why now, Richie? Menelek, thank you so much for being here. Saw some of your tweets, retweeted them. Read one more comment from, welcoming Henry, and then also want to welcome Stump Rider. Thank you for being here. All right, let's get back into our outline in regards to JASMY. So we have a little bit more in regards to all this, and it's good stuff, man. Absolute good stuff, right? So, I was so impressed with what I saw in regards to that, right? I mean, it's just unbelievable. Just in case you're just tuning in, we're going to share just a little bit more of this for a second. So, there was a big bombshell that was dropped, this whole thing with the head office, right? Nagoya Technology Center through WITS. WITS is a subsidiary of Toyota, basically speaking. There was so much more than that, right? IoT. The fudders are saying that there was no connection whatsoever. It's all speculative, and the whole thing with JASMY and the connections they have is just all a bunch of BS, right? But we did confirm this, right? And I can't take credit for it. I gave a shout out to the other particular guy who spotted this out. But plain as day, was that a leak that was not intentional? Whatever the case be, this guy caught it. Nobody else caught it. And then, of course, I was like, oh, man, I got to run with this, because like what you see right there towards the center of the screen, JASMY, PDL. What does that stand for? Personal data locker. Look at the top right. NFT consensus on it, right? Huge bullish bombshell news, right? We're going to kick it back to our outline. We went further into this, talked about a little bit about WITS and Crunchbase, gave you guys an idea about this whole thing when it came to the whole thing of this outline, right? WITS, who they are, what they're about. So let's jump into this. This is what you've been waiting for, a little bit of our outline. So we talked a lot about this, right? We're going to play this video here in a second. I want to get down to this particular statement. So the white paper, right? Why does that matter? And if anything, we'll get into that. So it says, look at this quote. The cryptocurrency industry has been driven by early adopters, but it will shift to mass adoption from now on. Japan is really getting their crap together, right? Coach JV says, Warriors, rise, get your together, right? Japan obviously is getting together. I wish the United States had their attitude about how they're going about things right now. Like, we'd be in a totally different situation. Some people who are on the fence of, is this a bull run or not? You guys would be all on board. So look what it says here, all right? So it says, Akisha Shiozaki, Secretary General of the party's Web3 project team, said in an interview with Coindesk Japan in regards to that particular quote. But look what it says here. Shiozaki pointed out that major companies in Japan have started to enter the market. Japanese mobile phone operator NTT Docomo pledged to invest up to 600 billion yen, which equates to 4 billion American, into Web3 infrastructure, and large institutions are looking to issue stablecoins. The white paper notes that Japan could demonstrate leadership at the Group of 7 summit this year, where crypto will be discussed. Now, a lot of this is verbatim, but you will understand nothing should be skipped here. Nothing. So it says the country should look ahead to the future potential Web3 and clarify its leading position on technology neutral and responsible innovation. So here's a quick gist, right? So here in the United States and around most of the world and so on, we need to get that regulatory clarity where we can have blast off for what? Institutional money, right? We all understand that. But when it comes to Japan, they have a whole different outlook. That's one of the key things you should pay attention to, right? 100%. Why is that? Well, like it says, the white paper notes that Japan should demonstrate leadership at the Group of 7 summit this year. They're being the leaders. They're the ones leading the way. How so? How many times have we talked about that we need to have people here in the United States and so on, right? We should embrace crypto, embrace innovation. That's the key. Japan has already figured that out long before everybody else, and rightfully so. Think about how big of a power player they have been when it comes to mainstream electronics, innovation, right? Japan spells, innovation from the get-go. Literally, the pioneers of electronical innovation, right? The days of Web 1, Web 2, Web 3, even before there was even the debate of Web 1, right? They really have stood out. So it says where crypto will be discussed, and says the country should look ahead to the future potential of Web3 and clarify its leading position on technology, neutral, and responsible innovation. A pound at home. Innovation. It also proposes further changes to tax regulation, knowing that one significant exemption for token issuers has already been approved. Among the proposals is having tax exclusions for companies holding tokens issued by other companies that aren't going to be traded short term. While in the United States, we have, and I don't want to make this divisive, but let's face it, I think for the most part, whether you're Democrat, Republican, and so on, you have recognized that Elizabeth Warren is a freaking moron, right? And that is, she wants us to not have a crypto wallet. Now, why is that? If anything, maybe she would only be for a CBDC type of wallet, if you hear me out. Why would that be the case? for the government can monitor the activity of what goes on with those wallets. Is that decentralization? No, that's not decentralization. If anything, that's making it something more centralized. Japan is the opposite of that because of what? The clarity in its leading position on technology, neutral, and responsible innovation. So in regards to all this stuff about changes to tax regulation and noting that one significant exemption for the token issuers has already been approved, yada, yada. Look what it says. Among the proposals is having tax exclusions for companies holding what? Tokens issued by other companies that are going to be traded short term. It advises allowing self-assessment so that investors can carry over losses for 3 years, and says crypto should be taxed only when the assets are exchanged for fiat. Wouldn't it be great if our country embraced these types of proposals? Yeah, of course it would be. All right, we're going to jump down to this part on the bottom, but if anything, we're going to play this video first. This is 6 minutes. Pay attention to what's mentioned here. We already have connected the dots. So smash that like if you haven't done so already. This is the JASMY news you're looking for. Thanks for being here tonight. Here we go.
There's a new white paper laying out Web3 recommendations for Japan's growing industry. And Emily, who's proposing this and what does it entail?
Hi, Christine. So yeah, this is a very lengthy and enthusiastic white paper that was issued from the ruling Liberal Democratic Party's Web3 project team, which is sort of a small but very vocal group of kind of crypto advocates among the Japanese political class. And it's just such a notable document because it really is trying to set Japan apart as a leader in kind of cryptocurrency regulation. And so this is a very long document, but I think we just need to talk first about the tone of the document. So initially it starts out with this statement, Japan is back again. That's what it says. So I think what they're referring to is this idea that, a few years ago, Japan was poised to be at the center of the Web3 and cryptocurrency world. Then it kind of fell off the map because it was sort of traumatized by some very high profile hacks. One was Mt. Gox and the second was CoinCheck. And so Japan kind of disappeared for a while, and it was really, really strict. It was really hard to list tokens. It was really hard to do anything as an exchange. But now they're kind of back with a vengeance, and they are basically want to position themselves as a leader in cryptocurrency regulation. So, this document just has a lot of recommendations for NFTs, for DAOs, for taxes, for just clarification. But I think, again, the main point here is the tone of it and how it really seems to portray cryptocurrency and blockchain as a benefit as opposed to primarily a risk.
And this is a huge contrast to what's going on in the United States, where the White House has been a lot more cautious about crypto. Maybe you can explain that juxtaposition there.
Yeah, I mean, cautious is a really diplomatic word. Our colleague Nick Day referred to it as scathing when he reported on the White House report, which I think is very accurate if you look at the White House report. I mean, this report, I really recommend everybody read it because it is indeed scathing. Just to pull out like a sentence from it, indeed, crypto assets to date do not appear to offer investments with any fundamental value, nor do they act as an effective alternative to fiat money, improve financial inclusion, or make payments more efficient. That's just like a small tidbit of that White House report. Like they're not feeling it. They're not into crypto, right? So this is just like a warning document. Now, Japan, of course, is very aware of the risks, associated with crypto, but the language is so different. Now, the Japanese report is not translated to English yet, as far as I'm aware, but just, our colleagues at CoinDesk Japan did interview the Secretary General of the party's Web3 project team, Shiozaki-san, and, there's basically language in this document that says things like, the cryptocurrency industry was once driven by early adopters, but now it will shift to mass adoption. I mean, Japan is envisioning this world in which, everybody's using crypto, everybody has wallets, everybody's using NFTs. I mean, it's just the two countries could not be more different in how they are looking at this issue.
What has given Japan the confidence to, become the world leader in crypto and blockchain technology, considering, they had those hacks you mentioned with Mt. Gox and everything, and we had this implosion with FTX and Terra Luna, especially that was impactful for those in South Korea.
Yeah. So basically, what gave Japan the confidence is that they suffered a lot of hardship and they saw that they could survive it, and they saw that their regulatory framework was tough enough to withstand some really bad things happening, right? So, I mean, if you look at Mt. Gox, that was a very, very early disaster. And then CoinCheck, which was a large Japanese exchange at the time, was the largest hack in cryptocurrency history. So Japan took the time to kind of like get their regulations in place. And then with FTX Japan was one of the few places where users actually got their money back, in large part thanks to Japanese regulatory protections. For example, very basic one, Japan requires exchanges to segregate customer assets from, corporate assets, which, most other places don't have. So basically, I feel like where a lot of countries are sort of living in fear of the other shoe to drop or something terrible to happen, Japan has already had a bunch of terrible things happen. Now they see that they can withstand it. So some of that fear is gone. And now they've kind of moved on to the, this is an opportunity phase.
So are they confident in their regulatory structures and how did they envision themselves as a leader in the blockchain Web3 crypto space?
I think that they are fairly confident. I mean, I think, for example, as I mentioned, this one clause they have about separating customer and exchange assets, like this seems pretty obvious, but it's not like we have that in a lot of other places. Another thing that they put in after the hacks was basically 95% of assets need to be stored in cold wallets. So they have like a few provisions in place. But the other thing about Japan that's really important is that it's very clear and it's very straightforward. Japan has the FSA, the Financial Services Agency. They're in charge of crypto. It's very clear. It's not like the US where there's like all these different people, all these different agencies. We don't even know what's a security and what's a commodity. Japan is just way more clear. Now, I do want to note here that there is some criticism that Japan, in fact, is too strict and that it is not easy at all to operate an exchange in Japan. And I think that's valid. But I think that, again, at least they're working on it and at least they're trying to set, a more clear regulatory framework in place.
Yeah, really interesting to see the evolution of this. I remember when you first started talking about Japan, you mentioned how cautious they were. Institutions and retail were definitely very hesitant to enter the space. But now it seems that after this wave of crypto and the collapse that we've seen in the US, they are more confident in getting into the space. So it's really cool to see that.
Yeah, really cool to say that, see that, like she said. I mean, it's just, it's amazing stuff. We're going to get more into this particular outline. Glad to share that video with you guys. Shout out to Crypto Mike who tagged me in regards to that earlier. Some of you guys who also watched the show did also tag me in that regard as well. So I didn't want to discount that. I do appreciate everybody who shared that in regards to that white paper. We're going to get more into the news here in a bit. Let's go ahead and welcome a few more people. Smash the like if you haven't done so already. I'm glad that everybody's welcome, of course, Menelect. I also want to welcome Mark William. He says, hello from the UK. Glad to have you here. Mark, consider changing your avatar to something that speaks more of who you are, what you're about. But guys, let's give a warm welcome to Mark William. Any questions and comments you have, feel free to do so, Mark. And if anything, check out ctnnetwork.net. It's absolutely free. It doesn't cost you anything. And you can communicate with other community members there on that particular platform. Want to also read this from Glenn Robinson. He says, Diamond Hands. Thank you for that. April Cornwell's in the house. She says she only wants me for my fat juice, not for my fat juice. I'm talking about your fat juice. I think I need to cut her loose. LOL, pump that juice for the fat juice. All right. Thank you for that, April. Welcome. Hiro Tamani, greetings, community. Yes, greetings back to you. I definitely remember you. You're the one with that avatar, and I believe it says Kush in that particular area. Very cool stuff. Welcome back. I'm going to read a few more comments, see if anybody has any questions. And I don't know about you guys. I mean, that JASMY news so far has been, wow. What a time, you know what I mean? What a time, we all want to, no matter if you're a new investor, a seasoned veteran, when it comes to anything crypto related, you want to buy bottom, right? Everybody's chasing bottom. I'm telling you flat out, it just seems like we're already at bottom or close to bottom. And man, some of that bullish news, I mean, let's face it, there's NDAs like we mentioned before. Sometimes stuff gets slipped out, right? And I don't know what the flooders are going to do with that. I do not know what they're going to do with that. I mean, how can you, they always want the proof. You know what I mean? That came straight from WITS. I don't know what they're going to say about that personally. They probably will still deny it, right? I still can't see what's in front of me. It's like crypto atheists or something like that. No disrespect to people who are atheists. I'm just saying, it's just like they can't see it. Even with the proof, they still can't see it. You know what I mean? All right, let's go. We got a lot of comments here tonight. Really appreciate you guys. Let's see if we can take up to 80. That'd be amazing, right? If we got up to 100, I don't know what we do, right? It'd be pretty cool stuff. I think my own personal record is 90. But I really appreciate you guys, especially on a Friday night. A lot of times people are out. But yeah, kick back, relax, have a snack, pour yourself a drink, whether it's hard stuff, the soft stuff, whatever the case be. There's no judgments, right? You worked hard, you made it to the end of the week, give each other some love. That's what it's all about, right? So obviously, man, there's a ton of comments. I'm probably super far behind. I don't even know where I am at with this. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh the other screen, see where we're at. I saw Submo Flood in the comments. I want to welcome you, sir. Glad to have you here. If I missed a lot of comments, it was on purpose. It's just there's a flood, an absolute flood. The floodgates opened with comments. Super cool stuff. So if anything, I'm going to start with, let's see here, with ISO Jetpack. How about that, right? He says JASMY will be part of his game bag for XRP. I did see a question up here. Hold on a second. Ronnie Kersey. But yeah, ISO Jetpack, welcome. I will be for real. I love crypto. I really do. And long term is going to be crazy. But are people being too bullish and not thinking about the lag effect that will happen in the second half? All right. Those are good statements. Nelly there. Hi, Max and the team. Thank you for being here. Whitewood, thank you very, very much. All right, let's go ahead and I guess I'll read this. So Jairo Alonso, that's one of my students' names. Go figure. I always think it's him. Anyway, welcome. He says JASMY might go to the moon sometime in the future. That's a good point. Blackwood, they see it, Max, but they would rather enslave us to CBDCs, ban VPNs, and ignore the Constitution by taking away our freedom of speech through a social credit system. So, I mean, in regards to banning VPNs, even if they did try that 100%, I don't know how they're going to be able to do that completely. Because if anything, you could just, I don't know, man, like we would go old school, right? Like, hey, man, burn it to a disk and I'll install it, like backdoor methods and so on, right? There'd be all sorts of ways around it. Hopefully we never have to go to that point. I mean, if that happens, this wouldn't feel exactly like the United States of America. Maybe some people feel as though they don't feel that way right now anyway. All right, let's see here. Crypto McDizzle said, I tagged you on Twitter on something I made for you, maybe for a thumbnail. Oh, okay, cool. Well, I'll try to get into that here right now. Why not? Give me a second. I do have a lot to share of what you tagged me with. Let me see here. Oh, we'll share this. Yeah, why not? So this is from Crypto Mike real quick, and we'll kick it back into the JASMY news just in a brief bit. Here's a cool thumbnail he's got for me. And he says, here you go, bro. Nice. ISO 222 XRP. I had one kind of like that a while back, actually. Yeah, it is a cool thumbnail. No, thank you very much, man. I might have to use that at some point here soon. Thank you, Crypto Mike. Let's blow it up a little more. Look at that. Looks pretty darn sexy. Thank you, Crypto Mike. Appreciate you, man. All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and get back into this particular news coverage that we have while we're here. And let's go ahead and get into it. So where were we at with that? We were talking about this whole thing from Japan's ruling Liberal Democratic Party's Web3 project, right? So we watched the video, and let's jump back into the outline that we have. All right, so as you can see right here, we talked a lot about some of these things, right? So I showed you guys a highlight about cool Japan and how big that was, right? This is while other governments are looking to put regulation in place to protect consumers, Japan is trying to create a friendlier environment for crypto after firms began, listen to this, leaving for other jurisdictions because of heavy tax burdens. Everything you see outlined is a direct response compared to the other narrative that's going on in the world. That's the bottom line. We want the United States to basically, do some of these things that Japan is already doing, but they're not doing that. You have one political party that's after the other. You have some people on the other side who still don't get it. They haven't educated themselves. But the key thing here is Japan, from the beginning of, the electronical era of advancement, if you will, whether you want to call it like the days of the 1970s with Atari or whatever the case be, they always have stood out in front of the rest of other countries as far as being the innovators for advancements in what, guys? Technology. So it says the Web3 project team has been bypassing the usual bureaucratic. Think about what I just mentioned about here in the United States, right? We have too much bureaucratic nonsense, but they have bypassed that. The usual bureaucratic processes to formulate regulatory proposals for everything from NFTs to decentralized autonomous organizations. Now, a little bit more in regards to this. It says here that, excuse me, I guess I'm channeling crypto Hulk with clearing my throat all the time. Anyway, it says the white paper notes that Japan should demonstrate leadership at the Group of Seven summit this year. We talked about that, but it also proposes further changes to tax regulation, noting that one significant exemption for token issues has already been approved. I think we also talked about that as well. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, in regards to the document, we're going to get into the actual document here in a bit. It identifies a lack of accounting standards as an urgent issue as Web3 companies have had difficulties, finding auditors. It says that ministries and agencies should support the Japanese Institute of Certified Public Accountants in formulating guidelines. We don't even have anything like that right now. Think about that for a second. We don't even have anything close to that. We're trying to get regulations set, not just here, but I mean, if you think about like the overall crypto space, right? Not really Japan, is trying to get the path forward for regulatory clarity for we can get excited about everything. I'm telling you flat out, Japan is a different situation. And it's a different situation because they fully embrace innovation. At the same time, that's what we basically want for all of it. We want that. You've heard Denell Dixon from Stellar mention that, right? It's the suppression of innovation. That's what kills everything, right? Japan they already get it. And they already got it a long time ago. Where do we go from here? Well, let's talk a little bit more about this. So it says it also advises setting up a DAO law based on Japan's Godo Kaisha. If you're wondering about that, it's a type of business similar to a limited liability company, right? An LLC. And making changes to regulations under the Companies Act and the Financial Instruments and Exchange Act. And of course, you can look more into that yourself. Now, in regards to this white paper, and I promise we're going to pull that up. The white paper notes that the screen process for tokens already in circulation is shortening. Think about what it says, is shortening. What's a perfect example of a token that is shortening? Yeah, JASMY. How do we know that? Well, let's pull that back up. So again, guys, it's all about connecting the dots. And we've been doing this for the longest time, have we not? We have. So, let's jump back into this. All right. And this is straight from CMC. And you guys know this for the most part, but if you're new to JASMY, you should pay attention to this. So circulating supply, currently speaking, is at 95%, right? We have a supply of 47,569,999,999. A max of total supply are both equal of 50 billion. That means by the end of the year, we have been informed that the remaining supply would be available. And I believe they're going to do a lockup, right? Remember that whole thing? And we'll get more into that later. Some of you guys have requested that. Now let's jump back, because if anything, this helps with the particular outline, the understanding of the significance of this. Let's pound it home a little bit more. When we jump back to the particular outline that we have, and again, here it is, understand what it mentions, right? The screening, and I'll highlight this for you, process for tokens already in circulation is shortening. Boom. There's a little bit more of that proof. So there is a JASMY connection. Yes. How's there a JASMY connection? They're the first of its kind. And at one point, they were the only ones. So Flutters can say anything they want in regards to that. That's a fact. But reviewing the new tokens issued by foreign entities remains slow. It advises making procedures more transparent so that issuers can present the information necessary for review. Now, in regards to all this, Japan has passed a framework for regulating stablecoins last year. We saw that. If anything, they did a global banning, right? Circle, Tether, you name it. The new white paper stresses the importance of creating a process for stablecoin registration and establishing a self-regulatory organization. It also mentions developing proposals for yen-backed stablecoins. So it's not like they're just saying, yeah, we're embracing, the rest of the world, but, to hell with us. No, this is Japan, for crying out loud. They don't have their head up their butt like all the other countries out there. I hate to say that. I love America. I do. Absolutely. But we do need to pull our heads out of our butt when it comes to not embracing innovation. And especially when it comes to understanding like distributed ledger technology, blockchain, you name it. If we're supposed to be the ones that were first in the 20th century, we sure as the hell aren't first right now in the 21st century. Large companies in Japan have shown interest in the Web3 industry. The white paper, however, says that approvals for banks and insurance companies entering the industry remains unclear. And it says the government should lay out guidelines. They are fast tracking that. They are literally monitoring what the heck is going on with the rest of the world. And on top of that, I need to re-advise people, where do they rank in GDP, gross domestic product? They rank number 3 in the entire world. And they're an island country, for crying out loud. Rank number 3 in the world in GDP. Yeah, they're part of the G7 and all that, right? Thank God. At least there's one power player
Hyundai Santa
that
Cruz
understands
versus
it.
Subaru Outback. Look what Santa Cruz has and what Outback doesn't.
Go ahead and get into the comments just here in a bit. Give me a second to adjust this real quick. It's gonna refresh that because I don't want that ad to keep playing. But guys, it's big stuff, and I want to get into the next super chat because I really do appreciate that. And we're going to read a few more. So let's see here. We had it from Mr. Salamander, XTC Commander, with a $2 super chat. Thanks, Max. Bought 200,000. JASMY, Japan loves crypto. They do. And thank you. I really appreciate the support, your ongoing support, Salamander. And this guy is, if you don't know who Salamander is, I know we have some new people. This is a guy who stacked the living heck out of XTC, 1.5 million plus. So to have him say something like, hey, about 200,000 JASMY, I don't know if you had JASMY before that, because the way you worded it, you didn't say more. Maybe that was your entry point. But what's the key thing here, guys, when it comes to the whole outline for tonight? The key thing is confidence, clarity, and the path forward for innovation. Bullish news. People accuse me like, oh, you're just one of those, the Flutters. Oh, you're just one of those guys who's trying to pump his own bags and so on. Yeah, want to know something? Not that. But if anything, I'm just like the rest of you guys, right? I recognize JASMY for one reason and one reason only. Not just because of the innovation and connecting the dots. That risk to reward ratio. Being close to the bottom and seeing where we can go from here. Hence why we're in XRP. Hence why we're into all of these other ones. XDC, XLM. That risk to reward ratio stands out for these ISO 222s. Yeah, JASMY's not ISO 222. That doesn't matter. It doesn't even need that, right? It's not about messaging. This is a different platform. But how about this? If you hold DEG, right, you know, the connection to data, if you hold like what Tokenizer was mentioning, right, energy web token, totally different thing. But the key thing is data. NXRA, data, right? The key thing is data. That's digital oil. We're talking about assets backed by gold. How about digital oil? You know, back in the old days of, was it the early 1900s and so on, right? Have you ever seen that movie? What is it? There Will Be Blood, right? Daniel Day-Lewis. Highly recommend seeing that movie. Great film. You know, we would have killed to have had our ancestors struck oil in our backyard. I'm telling you flat out, we live in a Web3 era where the digital version of that is literally right in front of our eyes. How do you recognize it? Where do you go with that? And if anything, how do we recognize the opportunities? Do we stack? Yeah, in my opinion, I think we do. And this is where I'm consistent on this whole debate of, can JASMY possibly get us to the promised land first? That's the bottom line, right? A lot of people are impatient. You know, you got spoiled with Doge or Shiba Inu back in 2021. And you want the next thing out there that you feel as though could get you to where you need to be, right? You're invested into XRP, Quant, and all these other ones, like myself. But there might be one that gets you to where you need to be on your goals first. Could it be JASMY? I'm not a fortune teller, but it could be. There might be something big here. Now, where are we going to go more with this? Well, we'll get into that in a bit. Let's read a few more comments. Thank you again for the super chats, you guys. I really appreciate it. And let's see. We're going to have, all right, so Jetpack, he says, we are so early. We are, and engulfed in this market that I feel there's a rush, even though it's early. Good point. And where the algorithm love, man, that's a sleeper. Yeah, it is. We got to get some of that going as well. Let's see here. And I'm going to go further down. Ronnie Kersey, a low QNT, but definitely ain't going crazy until it goes to low 80s or 70s. All right, fair enough. Going to read a couple more. Always great having the great Quant Papa here. Follow him on Twitter. Just type in, just like you see his name, Quant Space Papa. There's only one guy with that name, and it's him. I mean that in a good way. And as Larry would say, I love it when they call me Quant Papa. All right. But if anything, I'm going to read a few more comments. ISO Jetpack, that crypto Hulk line was cold. Yeah. All right. He's a good content. He's a great content creator. I mean, I'll give him that, right? Like any criticism he gives other creators, he's not officially mentioned me. He probably doesn't even know who the heck I am anyway. But the point is, like, he does kind of, let's face it, go after other creators. But I give him the benefit of the doubt because he makes up for it with what he's able to deliver. Like I mentioned before, you know, we could take a stack of bills like this, right? Right. And, you know, we go through it, we read it, just like anybody. He could take literally any article that anybody else has gotten, and somehow he could find something in that like nobody else found. And people are looking at him like, wow, how the heck did you do that? That's talent, right? The guy's very, very talented as a content creator. And then, of course, his channel reflects that on the live. He consistently gets over 400 people in there. He's, I don't know, what is that, 21,000? So he's about 10,000 ahead of us. But yeah, shout out to him. All right, Ronnie Kersey says, an economy that has a constant interest of 5.25% for multiple months, they're gonna raise rates another 25 basis points after May. Market could get real ugly, and we know if market gets ugly, so will crypto. All right, that's a good, fair enough point. I want to welcome a couple more people. We got Voss Trays says, yo. Uncle Thursday says, American Greed. Thank you for being here. And let's go ahead and actually kick it back into what we have on our outline. So let me just double check the other screen, see how we're doing. And if anything, we'll go from there. So thank you again to everybody who just joined. I see that Burned by Saitama is in the house. Thank you for being here. Edward Vincent also here. Appreciate you guys. Glad to see you guys here tonight. Give a follow to Edward Vincent of Top Shelf Crypto on Rumble. You'd be glad you did. And if anything, let's go ahead and get back into this. So we showed you the whole thing in regards to CoinDesk. Big stuff in regards to that, right? Here is actually the white paper. Now you may be thinking, oh God, I'm just going to leave. I don't want to view a white paper, right? Well, it's been interpreted from Japanese to English. So cool stuff. And this gets into, like, I guess you could say the key highlights, right? I did download the PDF into, and so on. I did try to get ChatGPT to interpret it because it did it for me before, but with the latest update, it's not doing it no more. I don't know what's up with that. So I was hoping to have that ready for you guys. Maybe I'll do that on a different show tomorrow, you name it. But here you go. LDP Web3 white paper. Japan is back again. Yeah, basically referencing, like, some Slim Shady, M80. You little look like that King lady, right? Kim, I should say. So it says on April 6, 2023, the Web3 project team, Chairman Masaki Terra, member of the House of Representatives of the Liberal Democratic Party, Digital Society Promotion Headquarters, head, right? All these people, right? I don't need to read it all. Published the Web3 white paper. And again, part of our outline. So, if you just connect and you don't understand what we're talking about, you can always go back. But it says towards an era where everyone can utilize digital assets. And I'm just telling you guys flat out, from this moment on, Japan, you're going to see them pop up a lot more. You're going to even see other content creators covering this as well, and it's fine. Was approved by the subcommittee. All of the PT colleagues who cooperated in sorting out a wide range of issues and proposals, and the working groups members who support the project, from sorting out the issues to the draft. He's like, I would like to express my gratitude. Why is that? Well, like it says, this right here, I actually skipped that. So it says we're going towards, they are, as in Japan, going towards an era where everyone can utilize digital assets. That's one of the key things, right? So look what it says. Japan may be the first welcome spring after crypto winter. How many times have we mentioned this whole thing with ISO 222? How it's very funny how they chose literally March 20th to go live with ISO 222. Why would that be? The first day of spring, coming out of crypto winter, right? Call it a coincidence, call it what the heck you want. But man, do we see so many Black Swan events or mini Black Swan events even leading up before that time? The depegging of Circle, right? With USDC, we saw DAI depeg, US double D with Tron. What was the other one? FEI USD, right? Another stable coin, less popular, right? But anyway, like it says here, Japan is back again. This is a proposal that contains our expectations and ale. We hope that many people read it and give us your opinions as we move towards a new stage for Web3. How many times has there been white papers released where nobody gave a crap, right? They actually do care. They want to get some information in regards to that. And I did download this. You can too. And if you're wanting to look more into this, you're just going to nerd it out, you go to note.com, this particular URL. And if anything, I can just drop it in the chat, and I'm going to do it right now. If you want to take a look at it, boom, there it is. So let's get into a little bit more in regards to this. So it says Digital Society Promotion Headquarters, Web3 PT Executive, some of these guys, right? They have these pictures, thanking everybody very much, right? It's good stuff, right? All right, there's a little bit more in regards to all of this on our particular outline. And I want to get into this. And I know it's a lot of JASMY news tonight, but rightfully so. Takes the cake 100% with what we dropped earlier. So application of JASMY PDL. What is PDL? Personal Data Locker in TISAWIT system. Now, this dates back to February 18th of 2022. Well, why pay attention to this? Well, everything comes full circle when it comes to a lot of things, right? And especially when it comes to JASMY. Now, listen to this. Look what's reported here. It says Shunichi Shimbun reported on the operation of the TISAWIT system using JASMY personal data locker technology on February 15th, 2022. Listen to this. It's reported that a Chatten Stadium, one of the strongholds of the Sino-Japanese Okinawa spring training camp, a system using smartphones. Remember what we talked about earlier? Remember with the whole thing of our outline with that particular operating system that was focused on Android and like Linux-based systems, if you will, right? Look what it mentions. A system using smartphones that manages the entrances and exits of visitors and discloses congestion status is in operation. Why point this out? Again, Internet of Things, personal data locker, but if anything, understanding that this is Japanese citizens' private data. They totally go about things the opposite of how we go about it. Can you imagine you be in control of your data? And if anything, you choose if you want to allow Facebook, Google, Amazon Web Services, et cetera, if they should use your data to give you targeted ads. And if anything, you control the monetization of that. If anything, you get paid. Yeah, totally different type of society, right? So it says this system was introduced as a countermeasure against novel coronavirus infection. Visitors can check the crowding situation on the website. And there's, of course, this whole thing written up about it, right? But look what it says right here in regards to JASMY, because that's what you're here for, right? We learned that the TISAWIT system was jointly developed by JASMY and WITS. Again, we gave you the outline of WITS. There really was a connection. There is a connection. A well-known travel service provider, this commercial system is the first time to introduce JASMY. Again, PDL stands for Personal Data Locker Technology to filter out sensitive user information. Personal identity, verification, and auditing can be carried out when the users only provides non-personal sensitive information. Some of these things you see right here, your interests, your hobbies, you name it, right? This reduces information management security risk while providing personalized service to its users. Now look what it says here. In the traditional authentication system, like what you and I know, right, in the rest of the world, registered personal information must be authenticated according to personal sensitive real information. For example, your phone, ID card, address, face-to-face, et cetera, et cetera. But in WIT's TISAWIT system, listen to this, personal information is converted into encrypted personal information in, listen to that, JASMY's personal data locker. So all the fudders that want to say, this is only coming from JASMY, and we never heard it come from WITS, we know that to be a line of malarkey. And how so? Well, again, refer back to this right here, because this was what was leaked. And plain as day, you can zoom in all you want. It shows at the Nagoya Head Office Technology Center, JASMY PDL, Personal Data Locker. And you have some examples of what you see here in regards to the steps of authentication, the PIN, the user. Again, connect the dots for yourself. You can draw your own conclusion when it comes to this. A little bit more in regards to this. Just to pound it home that much more. And I promise we'll get into some of the other news. So, when I went further into more of this particular outline, I said to myself, man, there's got to be a little bit more here. And there is. There's a lot more. Look what it mentions also right here. It says that, basically speaking, in regards to PDL, it can confirm the personal information in the personal data locker to be correct. Even information about people's behavior, which might be related to, for instance, COVID, right? And we understand the whole thing with COVID. A little bit further down in regards to TISAWIT, which is from WITS. The TISAWIT system can make portraits from non-personal information, interests, hobbies, age, etc. They don't go to the point where it's like a complete invasion of Japanese citizens' privacy. If anything, they recognize that there's bounds and they can't overstep those particular bounds. So it says, without the need for third-party platforms to know, like I just mentioned, real personal information, phone ID addresses, et cetera, and conduct identity verification audits. In many scenarios, such as sports events, and how do we know this? Remember, Saga and Tosu, right? That particular a baseball team, but soccer team in Japan, right? Concerts, exhibitions, et cetera, right? Big, events with a lot of people. The TISAWIT system can better provide services close to users and easily confirm participation and activities. use of facilities, entertainment, and check-in and check-out service. Now, you may be thinking, man, you're really putting a lot of emphasis on this. Well, rightfully so. Because the reason why this all makes sense and why it should make sense to you and why it should matter to you specifically is one key thing, and that is JASMY's main utility through data democratization, right? The JASMY personal data locker. That's their main utility layer. But as a report, like it says right here, JASMY's technology has begun to be commercialized. It has been, and that's good, because the more it's been commercialized, you're seeing that video that we showed a while back with the drones, in the night sky near Tokyo and so on. I think it might have been also Osaka, if I'm not mistaken. They're doing a lot of advertisements. You're seeing community people say, hey, I saw some billboards for JASMY. I even engaged with some of those people. Say, can you do us a favor? Take some pictures, take some videos, share it, smash FUD, squash FUD. Says, let's wait and see the digital information services brought by JASMY in diverse scenarios, right? On the road of decentralized IoT, right, Internet of Things development, listen to this. JASMY is continuing to strengthen cooperation with WITS, actively working to realize the basic concept of data democracy, just like I mentioned before, in various fields and by means of IoT and blockchain and data democracy to use the valuable data safely and reliably in the internet society. Now, we can go through the whole thing of WITS a little bit more, but I'm not going to do that. What I want to state is this whole road towards strengthening the cooperation, for instance, with WITS and IoT and so on. Why make such a big deal about that? The reason why you want to make such a big deal about that, or why we draw so much emphasis to that, I'm going to stop the share on that, is for this. And I'm looking around, I want to tell you this flat out. There's only a select amount, like a handful, if that, of official Japanese crypto-sponsored or crypto-related projects that are in Japan. JASMY was the first. So if we as crypto investors put so much emphasis on, you know what, man, I'm in this one DJ and play, and man, they might get this particular, utility. You always hear about that. Oh, and when that happens, man, this thing's going to go to the moon. How would you like to have something in which you already have things in place? And if anything, you're one of like a short list, because there is no other ones really. And it is basically JASMY. So with them, it's IoT, Internet of Things, right? And the services that are involved with the government of Japan, let's face it, whether it's through GPS tracking or keeping track of people going to these big events and so on. If we're all gung-ho, no pun intended, watch that movie if you haven't done so already, starring Michael Keaton, came out, I think, 1986 or 85, something like that. If we're all gung-ho on utility, then you should be looking more into JASMY, because if you can narrow down where a whole entire country is going to be utilizing your utility and combine that with the unbanning of foreign stable coins and combine that with you are developing your own Japanese yen stable coin that's tied into that. Remember we talked about the whole thing with Japanese CBDC? Oh my gosh. All of those factors make me that much more incredibly bullish on JASMY. So with that said, I know it was a big outline for tonight in regards to JASMY, but it had to get out there. And I did take more of a deeper dive into it. And I was blown away with what was found. And that's what I'm talking about. When we have people from the community who pay attention, and that guy, right, who saw that earlier today, and he was like, my God, wow, look at this. It's literally on the screen. Now, they're going to have a problem with the NDL. I don't know. That's not our problem. But the key thing is that completely smashes all of the FUD that all these FUDders claim that was not there when it comes to WITS. And why is that even that much more bullish? Because WITS is what? They are a Toyota subsidiary. Special like if you haven't done so already. If you appreciate the content, drop a comment, do whatever you want. If you're listening, driving down the road, whatever, we really appreciate you being here tonight. All right, let's get in back to the comments. Voss Trades in the house. He says, happy Friday to Tim Shea. Coochie Boy saying hello to B. Ricky. All right, let's go further down. Rena Klemus says, what's up? What's max supply for JASMY? The max supply is 50 billion. Yeah. And then the total is matching that. All right. Uncle Thursday, they're in the pockets of the banks. That's why they hate crypto. So Jetpack says the United States needs to. There are American continents who accept crypto as legal tender. Hence El Salvador. America is more than the USCAS. The US is a 10-mile square radius in DC. All right. You guys appreciating the fire, apparently. Rena says JASMY 50 billion max. Yep. You got that right. Jetpack says United States is a corporation, not a country or continent. The continent is American, and that's what makes America. All right. Well, thank you for that info. Better than veracity. That's up to you to decide. You know, I'm not trying to sell anybody on anything. I'm just bringing the research that we've gathered and presenting it to you. You have to make your own choice when it comes to anything financially speaking. All right, let me check the other screen, see how we're doing on that, making sure I didn't miss anything. Give me just a second. All right, let's see where we're at. Let's go further down. Uncle Thursday says White House down. London has fallen. France is burning. America has fallen. Yeah, it sounds super sad, don't it? And especially for somebody that served like yourself, it's the saddest thing that you ever seen. Quant Papa, I already put all my money into quant. That's all right. You're a quant maxi. Hey, I've always been tempted to be a quant maxi, but I'm more, you know, I got a decent portfolio. I'm not bragging. All right. Let's go further down. The Crypto Jedi, welcome again, man. So cool to have you back 2 days in a row. JASMY, more bang for the buck. Yeah. Quant Papa says 95% already circulated on JASMY. That's good. And so also no inflation. Yeah, exactly. Quant Papa. So guys, what he's talking about, if you're new to all this, right? So with JASMY, by the end of the year, and I did a video about this, right? And you can go back and see it for yourself. Maybe I could share that in a second. Yeah, I could just go ahead and do that. So check it out. You can always check out some of our deep dives. We got a lot of info. We cover JASMY like more than, let's face it, the average channel. I'm not trying to like disrespect any other channels. But yeah, I mean, basically speaking, if you go further down, actually I won't do it that way. I'll just type in, let's go to video section. So by the way, yeah, I did a Morpheus, video earlier today, Morpheus Network with, when Tokenizer was on the show. But if you go further down, you will see, and I think it's got like 4,000 views or something like that. But it is a JASMY video. And it's in regards to this whole concept. Where the heck is this? I think I'm almost there. There it is. See how it says JASMY becomes deflationary Q4 2023. It's only a 4-minute long video. And it does a breakdown in regards to that. So the combination of JASMY basically being, having the supply. Let me come back in the frame. The supply, basically 95% of supply is already out there. It's going to be 100% by the end of the year. Combine that with JASMY being fully deflationary by Q4. I mean, you want to talk about your meal ticket of what could possibly get you there first. I can't guarantee nothing, right? I mean, let's face it, black swan events could happen in a bull run, bear market, and so on. But there's enough indicators, and I've done this video 6 times, going on number 7, about the bull run thesis. I went against the grain. Most people are saying that I'm wrong, full of crap, all this stuff. I could take it. I don't care. It's just a difference of opinion and so on. But I will shout out to Crypto Mike. Numbers don't have emotions, and I presented enough data to support the bull run thesis. I feel as though still that we're at the very, very beginning of that, and there's enough evidence to show that we're at an accumulation phase. Do yourself a favor if you're new to this. Type in on Google crypto accumulation phase or accumulation phase crypto. Click on images. Towards the top, you will see an image from crypto.com/university that shows just that we basically are in the accumulation phase. The next phase is what? The markup phase. The markup phase is what will really excite you. And I understand some people, they want to call it bull market, like Max, this is not a bull market. What are you basing it on, right? So my thing is this: bull market and all-time highs are two different situations. There's a start of anything. I'm not dismissing anybody's statement about, you know, if they look at like a real true bull market, it's just when everything is all-time highs. But that's a huge difference between all-time highs, like what we saw in 2021, 11/11, 2021, right? Bitcoin to 69K, Ethereum 4,500 roughly, right? Some other projects, right? Whether it's Shiba Inu and so on. Those are all-time highs. So the start, come on, think about what I'm saying here. The start of the bull run and all-time highs are two totally different situations. So am I with people when they say, you know, it could be 2024, 2025? Yeah. That, in reality, that might be, you know, where all-time highs are. But this whole notion that there's no money to be made in 2023, I already made money in 2023. I already done well with Filecoin. I'm continuing to do well with Filecoin. I'm looking at some other projects. But how many other projects have you seen consistently where you see new all-time highs? Conflux, Rio. We covered Rio at 8 cents. How about, you know, Casp has been taken off. There's a lot of other projects, right? And then last but not least, right? How about Crypto Mike? He showed you during that particular tweet he sent out. How do you know if you're in the bull run? Is Ethereum not at crazy prices for gas? Yeah, it's nuts. When's the last time we saw it nuts like that? Last bull market. Need I say more? All right, let's go further down into some of the comments. Really appreciate you guys being here tonight. Let's see here. We have, let's see. We got Stardog. Jasmine will have a huge moon trip. Thank you for that, Stardog. Glad to see you're still around, even late for where you're at. Want to welcome Mr. OV Crypto. He says, hey, CTN fam. Glad to have you here tonight, Mr. OV Crypto. ISO Jetpack says spring equinox special time because that's the real new year. Excuse me. January 1st is the fiscal new year, meaning for Core 5. Okay. Corpo 5. All right. There's that link I gave you guys earlier. GS says, Quant Papa, you could reach out to the Spanish speaking community using the name Quant Papi. What the heck? One quant is whale status. I guess at some point, right? And if anything, what did Gilbert Verdian outline before? He said, basically, tried to, you know, like how much quant you should own. He just said, just try to own one. Now, why would he mention that? And then how about this? Quant Papa, shout out to you, man. That, you know, a few times you chopped up some videos of him being interviewed about where quant could be. He doesn't mention market cap, but you know how much it'd be worth in the future. And he's like trillions. He's like, oh, trillions. Like, you know, like, oh my God, like I just said that. Yeah. All right. And just think about where the market cap is right now of the overall crypto market cap. We're at what 1.18. Let me double check that real quick. Let's share that real quick. So we'll keep the screen up for a second. We'll get more into a particular outline. I appreciate you guys being here. Yeah, 1.18 trillion, right? This is not, you know, people say, oh, you know, are we at bottom? Bottom is came and gone. Bottom was basically right after FTX or during FTX when we touched the 15s for Bitcoin. I understand some black swan events can happen. And if it does, that can happen again. Bear market, bull market, you name it. But the key thing is, as far as the real true bottom was when we touched the 15s, kissed it basically during the time of FTX. You know, we're not even close to that. If anything, we might touch the 30s for Bitcoin. All right. Nelly says JASMY will be the new global go-to for security online. Wouldn't that be amazing? You know, we're talking about the whole thing of $17 per JASMY. It gets brought up a lot, right? I mean, in reality, you would really have to hodl or diamond hand the hell out of that, right? I don't know if I hold that long, I'm just being honest, because the way I look at it is if I fully 100% believe in the research that we've done on other projects, whether it's XRP, XLM, XTC, right? XTC, the trade sector. Shout out to you guys who, Richard and Jabbar and Eric, if you're still listening. So yeah, we want to get into XTC in a bit. So with XTC, the trade sector, how big is that? What's this ISO 222 thing? Is Max going to get into that? Max is going to get into that. But yeah, if they go global, right, where it's not just being, I hate to use this term centralized, because obviously JASMY through data democratization is not centralized at all. It's the direct opposite. It's embracing the concept of the Satoshi white paper of decentralization, right? Obviously, with smart contracts, that's not part of the white paper. You get what I'm saying? Decentralization, right? So if they did go global, and which I think eventually they do, it's massive. But even if they didn't go global and they just focus on Japan itself, how do we know that's big? Well, they rank number 3 in the world in GDP. So, gross domestic product is nothing to joke around about. People put so much focus about the BRICS nations and so on. Like, keep in mind, with the BRICS nations, uniting, I guess you could say, that in itself, the United States is still slightly ahead in GDP, even with the dollar supposedly collapsing and so on, right? I don't think the dollar goes to zero. It may lose a lot of its value, but I don't think it goes to zero. I think it'd be like our dollar goes to Terra Luna moment where it's like zero or 0.00001 or something. I don't see that. I could be wrong. I just don't see it going to zero. Maybe it loses half its value. I don't know. Or, we will see what happens in regards to that. All right, so let's go further down. ISO Jetpack says after the guy that invented Cash App was killed, hold on, we can see that the banks will stop at nothing and take control of anything they can make money off. Yep. Yeah, we shared that yesterday. Data is the new oil. Yep. Max's golden eyes. Yeah, and I'm not talking about James Bond 007. That was, oh my gosh, as a kid, should say as a kid, I was about 17, 18. I missed out on N64. Shout out to everybody had a Nintendo 64 back in the day in the late 90s, right? 97 through 99. We're playing some, Nintendo 64 GoldenEye, right? I won some good, decent money back in the day with that game. Long before there was pro streamers or esports. If I was born in the wrong era, if you will, I could have won a lot more money. Anyway, whatever. It's the way it goes. All right. Jetpack says whoever has the most info has the most power. It makes sense to me. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. When JASMY on Overledger, I don't know. That would be amazing, huh, Quan Papa? If anything, that would be, we talk about, JASMY going global, right? Things have to happen in order for, break it into other markets. So, yeah, I mean, GV hooking up with some of those guys, that's bullish news in itself, but we are obviously not to that point yet. Edward Vince is in the house. What up, Max? Blackwood, Quant Papa. Not that far behind on comments. All right. You guys having a talk with each other. Blackwood, new member, smart man on both counts. The USA is crumbling and housing prices are way too high. Yeah, but they'll be coming down. My friend has been renting for the longest time, and everyone's like criticizing, why don't you just, with all the money you make, why don't you just buy a house? It's like, because he's not dumb. He's not going to buy a house at these particular prices. That'd be stupid. And, some of you guys might live in different areas of the nation where it's not as bad, but, even here in the Phoenix area, I mean, we're still looking at like 350 to 400K. Might as well wait until it drops at least another 100K, and it will. All right. Just a couple more comments. We'll kick it back into our outline. We have other news for you guys tonight. All right. Let's see here. I got to read Brian Alley's comment. Sorry about that. I don't even know how to pronounce that. All right. Crypto Jedi says, yes, my VR will have what? Girls from Star Wars? Ooh, nice. Very nice. Yishimish. All right. All right. All right, let's go further down. All right. KK says, Maximus, thank you for bringing the facts on Jazz. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm glad you guys appreciate that. When I saw that, I was like, oh my gosh, this is going to be the crypto Hulk moment, right? And it was. I think it was for the most part. I can't take full credit for it though. It'd been nice if I could have like been the guy to do it, but you know what? It ain't about that. I don't really have an ego. I'm not that type of guy. Mm-mm. So was glad to share, that particular guy who shared it earlier. But I can't take full credit on that. If anything, I got to maybe a broader base or whatever. Maybe, I don't know. At least got on YouTube. All right. He got on Twitter. I got on YouTube. So how about that? GS says, is a metaverse gaming company formerly known as Meta Monkey AI. Yeah. All right. Moving along. Nothing against MMAI. Thanks for the juice, Max. You're welcome. Let's go further down. Going in the rabbit hole. Yes. All right. Let's read two more comments, and then we'll kick it back into the news. Quan Papa says, going in the rabbit hole, BG Crypto Dev. Hey, welcome. Glad to have you here. I would say consider changing your avatar, but you already have it. Guy, let's welcome BG Crypto Dev. He says, how much Jasmy would you consider a moon bag? I hit my goal of 500K. You got me beat. I'm looking to basically get to where you're at. I think I don't know, maybe this month I do that, but there's some other projects I'm also looking to get into. So you do technically have more than me, but it ain't about that, right? You hit your goal of 500K. So there's your answer, basically. Personally, I'll throw it out there. So my own personal goal is 1 million Jasmy. I'm not saying that you guys do that. As far as your minimum, let me read this again. I hit my goal of 500K Jasmy. Next goal is to hit 1 million and stop there and let it ride. Cool. That's basically what I'm looking to do as well. So we're on the same page with that. Hopefully that answers the question. Now, for the people who are out there who says, how much should my minimum be? Personally speaking, I think it should be 100K. It's not financial advice. That's just, that's why I tell some of my own personal friends and so on. Why is that? Because I personally believe that it's going to go to at least $1. The start of the height of the bull run, I guess you could say, I see at least 50 cents. But here's what should be even that much more bullish for you for Jasmy. So shout again to Crypto Mike. We shared, and I don't have it primed and ready to go right now. But if you have been following our broadcast that we do here, literally almost 1 year now, on April 18th, will be a big 1 year. I really hope, I don't do much requests, right? So I appreciate people dropping super chats. But you really want to do something, if you appreciate the content, I'm going to throw this out there. Are you listening? Listen to me, guys. Get all the outside distractions out just for a brief moment. I've never made any requests in my life with you guys when it comes to this whole thing of this crypto journey or this, what we got going on with CTN. So on April 18th, right, will be our 1 year anniversary of doing live shows for 1 year straight, every single day, whether it's myself, Larry, or combined, or something, right? Utility Talk Now, but some form of a live show every single day. So I do have one request, all right? And if you do it, great, awesome. You don't have to do it. But if you never dropped a super chat before, don't feel bad. I mean, I'm always thankful for that. But you really, really appreciate the content. You really, really want to help show that how much you love the content and appreciate it by doing one simple thing. And that is on April 18th, which I believe is a Tuesday. Okay, Tuesday, April 18th, which is about 2.5 weeks from now. You may not use crypto Twitter. That's fine. Maybe you just get the notification on YouTube. But whatever the case be, especially if you use crypto Twitter, retweet the show, share it big time. Have other people try to commit to sharing it and so on. And man, let's try to have the biggest show we ever had on that particular date. Now, something cool could happen on that date as well. Maybe bullish momentum. Go from 1.20 trillion market cap to 2 trillion. I don't know. I'm not a fortune teller, but that's the only thing I've ever requested ever from you guys. If you can do that, I would be eternally grateful for it to you guys for doing that. And it's free. It doesn't cost you anything. And as you guys know, we don't really shill cryptos. We don't really, we're not sponsored by some particular project, and hey, check out this ERC20 token project. They're hoping to have some utility in the next year. There's this guy, he's going to meet up with Budu Makar from the southwest region of Sri Lanka, and they're going to produce this really cool thing together, and it's going to cause this particular project to go to the moon. And their project is listed on such and such exchange you never heard of. No, we don't do that. So anyway. All right, Centrifuge. Good evening, fellows. Quant, XRP, JASMY, Algo, HBAR, Gala, UFO. I have UFO. Ugh, sorry. Kudos, VXV. Let's F go. I'm sorry. I hope that you don't take offense to that. I hold UFO. I just haven't been impressed with it, man. I just hope they do something. Maybe you got the info about that. But yeah, let's go. All of those are pretty solid products. Maybe UFO's tearing around, and if they are, I will eat my words. So Jetpack says Trump voice. I can't do a Trump voice. I wish I could. You're gonna buy JASMY and you're gonna love it. All right. Let's get back into our outline. I'm gonna check the other screen real quick. There's a few super chats that came in. My God, I guess I'm way behind. I didn't realize I was that far behind. All right, so let's get into that before we get back into our news. And let's see who we got. Let's go further down. I'm going to highlight some key ones so I don't lose my spot. All right. There's a lot of comments. I really appreciate you guys. Let's see where we're at. All right. We got the Grade the God. All right. Thanks for the $5 super chat. He says, I haven't read anywhere that JASMY is ISO 222 compliant. No, it's not. I'm just throwing out some examples. Not the least that I do have my 500K JASMY and reaching 1 million by June. That's awesome. And thank you for the $5 super chat. Now, I was throwing out other examples because we do cover, mainly like the ISOs, but we also cover JASMY. But yeah, you're right, man. I wasn't saying that it was, but hey, you know what? Haven't seen you here a lot, but for you to drop the $5 super chat shows to me that you appreciate the content. And I hope that we can see more of you here on the particular show. We understand there's lots of other shows and so on, but really do appreciate that. Grade the God. You rock. Thank you very much. Nice looking avatar, by the way. Let's blow that up a little bit. Where are we at on that? All right, let me see. Some anime, nice looking lady, and then you are actually in the picture. How about that? Cool stuff, man. Well, thank you, Grade the God. Appreciate you, man. All right. Let's go into another super chat that we have from the one and only Coochie Boy. Oops, hold this until the 19th in case I forget. Man, Coochie Boy, you guys are awesome. You know what? Thank you. Really, man. You've been an OG of OGs for the longest time. You give me compliments. I mean, I don't really have much of an ego. I think you guys know that. You keep calling me, for instance, the crypto professor. I know KK calls me that. The guy that originally called me that was Todd, Common Sense. And I'm going to give him a call up. Maybe I do it this weekend or some point. I need to give him a call up. I have his phone number. A really good guy. Just kind of give him a heads up on like, hey man, CTN's doing pretty well and how you doing, stuff like that. So, but yeah, Coochie Boy, thanks, man. Thank you very much. Really appreciate you. All right. I'm gonna read a couple of these, and I will get back to some of the other ones you guys had too. We'll do Max. Thanks, man. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you, XXI Gaming. Annie Rock. Hey everyone. Sorry if I skipped over any comments. I just want to state that I really appreciate the community that we have here. The key thing is, maybe you don't have Twitter, or what we refer to as crypto Twitter, but the key thing is you can have something and you can share it here and we'll put it out. And, like I mentioned before, that, a lot of other channels, and nothing against them. I mean, everybody has their own goals. They want sponsorships. They want all these key things. My thing is, what is going to be the most rewarding thing for us at the end of the day? It's, the reward of that generational wealth. You know, some of you guys might not have families yet. Some of you maybe already do. Maybe you already have family. Maybe your grandpa. Heck, maybe your great grandfather, great grandmother. I don't know the case. But what's the key thing that I notice every single time? We have a lot of regulars, and you want to learn more about what's going on in this whole thing with crypto. And you may be, you know, a person which you got some DGen plays. There's nothing wrong with that. There's some meme tokens and stuff like that. I would never deny any opportunity, especially when it comes to Coochie Boy right here, right? Like he did really well in ASS, I believe it is. Lovely Inu, some of those other particular projects. If you see opportunity, go with it. Don't let anybody else convince you out of that. But I just want to again thank you guys. Like this just is really humbling, and it's been a nice experience to be here with you guys in regards to all this. But that's the way I look at it. I mean, you want to get rewarded. You get rewarded with the generational wealth and staying the course. You know, I'm not exactly like the biggest Kenny Rogers fan, but that song, you know, I forgot the name of the song, but it basically goes, you know, know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, and know when to run. You better count your money when you're sitting at the table, right? That like really, really applies to crypto in so many ways if you think about it. Anyway, Ray Love, welcome back. We'll tweet setting date. Say date again. It's April 18th. Yeah, April 18th, and the show is at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. And I'm gonna try to like maybe pound it home just a few more times before then. But yeah, it's how about this, Ray? You know, and I appreciate you even asking that. Honestly, I mean, maybe I don't know who else could kind of come close. Crypto Hulk does a lot of shows, so I'll give him credit. But in reality, I think he takes maybe some breaks. So, do you guys really know of any other crypto content creators that do live shows every single day of the week, like clockwork, basically? And at one point, we used to have 2 shows. Tim Shea remembers it. Used to be, remember Tim? Yeah, you know, you used to show up to it, man. So Larry would do a show at 3 Pacific. I would do a show at like 6 Pacific, or we'd be together. But yeah, every single day for almost a year now. So thank you guys. Before I get down to the next super chat, I want to welcome you, Jay Henry, because I did see your comment, and I don't want to skip over it because we got a big wave of what's coming on in here. And we did have roughly 70 plus people here. That's not the point. I want to take the moment to recognize you. So he says, new to your channel, my cousin Marvin. Oh, man, right on, right on. I really recognize where we're going with this. My cousin Marvin linked me to you and to crypto. I've been all gas pedal and hit my K goal. Thanks for insight on these utilities. Well, you know what, man? Thank you for even just taking the time to type that out, right? And even being here on a Friday. I mean, I don't know about you guys, right? You know, we're all different ages and so on. I had my time when I was in my 20s. You know, I'm 41. I'll be 42 on May 12th. But yeah, you know, I used to have a ton of fun back in my teenage years and my 20s and so on. But something about when age 30 hit, I said, I got like these dead end jobs, you know? And so I finally went to college and I knocked it out of the park, to be honest. So I will brag a little bit in regards to that. But I said to myself, I got to get with the picture, you know what I mean? And with crypto, it's a whole different thing. You know, I got lucky, very, very lucky. 300 to Doge, cashed out close to, you know, the height of that, you know, when it was towards 73 cents. I think it was like, I don't know, I think it cashed out like either 70 or 71 cents. I mean, like I was lucky. So it was basically $300 became 22K. Did the same thing with Shiba Inu, 8K to 88K. Got back into it, you know, near what I originally came in at my entry point. Kronos was my third performer. 1700 became 10K. So a total of 10K became 120K. I could have had an attitude. That was good enough. But nah, my thing was I have some big goals. I have dreams just like anybody else. I want to create my own video game. I want to make 2 of them. I want to create the best damn first-person shooter you ever played in your life. People don't know me. We made the most popular mod for Call of Duty 4 on the PC. 460,000 users, called NW4MP, new weapons for multiplayer. 18 total kill streaks. That game only had 3 kill streaks. Support for up to 500 maps. That game only has, I think, 40 maps. And on top of that, 40 brand new weapons. People loved it. They were playing this old game compared to playing the new game. Why is that? Because it was community. People were able to still hang out with their clans and play a game which now had new exotic textures and stuff like that. My point is this. I want to bring back the glory days of those experiences and so on. And if you're wondering what the game is going to be called in the future, it's going to be called The History of Warfare. I'll just leave it at that, right? And there, of course, there's another one that's called, it's loosely based on my all-time favorite game, Hogs of War. But what's the key thing? Key thing is, back in 2015 and 2016, I met up with the venture panels. They wanted 85% of the profits to sign on. And after I did all the math, I said to myself, with me and my small dev team, that only means we're going to have roughly 10%. And I'm supposed to split this up with my dev team. It came out to being the equivalent of working a McDonald's salary. And I said to myself, I'm not going to do this. I said, there's going to be something someday, I don't know what it is, that's going to get me to get that money to accomplish my dreams, you know? And I noticed that year for 2021 in the bull run, crypto, I could have just said, you know what, this is good enough and I'm good. No, I said, you know what, I'm going to research the living hell out of all this stuff. And I became obsessed with it. Even Crypto Mike, like, you think I'm obsessed with stuff? He is that much more obsessed with stuff. And some of you guys have not experienced your own bull run yet. Some of you guys already have. You've been in it longer than me. Shout out to Selmo Fudd and some other people. But the key thing is, we all come together as a collective group of individuals with all sorts of different stories and backgrounds and so on. They're part of a crypto journey. And I just want to just formally thank you for being here and taking the time to be here, because it's pretty awesome that, you know, Marvin had you come here and you just took the time, even on a Friday, to be here. So really appreciate it. All right. I just want to read a couple more comments. Blackwood says April 18th is also when the Financial Service Committee grills Gary Gensler about his incompetence. Well, that's cool. That put a smile on my face. Patrick Collier, speaking of awesome people, he says, how is everyone? Hope your weekend's starting off good. It really, really is. This has been a great show that we had so far, even over 2 hours, and we're still going strong. I need to turn on the fan a little bit. It's starting to get kind of warm in here. But yeah, glad to have you here. And if anything, I'm going to see if there's any other super chats I missed for whatever reason. Let me get into that for a second. Give me just a second. All right, I think oh, no, there's one more. Okay, there's one more super chat. Let's see how we're doing on that. What's my goal in my quant bag? I no longer have a goal in my quant bag, but my next goal is 20 quant. And then after that, I guess it just keeps going up. I don't really have a goal in my quant bag. I'm always going to want more quant. Ain't that something? Haha, bro, I'm a content creator too. LO, that's why I have that avatar. Nice. Well, you know what? I'll tell you what. Let me recognize the super chat real quick, and we'll get back to you real quick. Let me highlight that, and we'll give a highlight for your channel. Let me highlight this one as well. Oh, I'll read that real quick. Matt Blackwood, I'm being rude, Max, is saying important stuff, so I'll do what Elizabeth Warren can't do. Shut up for 2 minutes. I'll read this too real quick. I'm sorry. I'll get down on the super chat. I just don't want to lose my spot. CTN is the best play to learn about crypto. You guys will be super big in the bull run. Thank you, XXI Gaming. Appreciate it. Always, man. Always. All right, here we go. The grade the God. I am also YouTube crypto content creator. Okay, that's right. I learn a lot from you and a few other honorable mention crypto content creators. JASMY is the future of Japan. Thank you, man. So you know what? I'm going to go ahead and give you a plug. And if anything, I'm going to write a note, because you know what? How many other content creators you see do this stuff? They'll say, you know, hey, can you look into this? And they're like, oh yeah, okay, we can look into that. And they don't do that, right? So I'm going to do this. I'm going to literally write a note down, and your name is Grade the God. So let's do this. Grade the God. All right. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to type in notes. Hold on a second. So Friday notes. Teacher, I always got to take notes, right? And also I'm an instructor. Well, I sub for college once in a while here locally. But, you know, what kind of instructor or teacher doesn't take notes? Anyway, it's just me. Some people don't take notes. I always think that's weird, but that's just not the way I'm programmed. All right, so let's take a moment to show this, and let's take a moment also for station identification. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. What am I talking about when I say station identification? Well, if you ever listen to any broadcast or sports related and so on, they'll say, especially like the Phoenix Suns, that's where I took it from. The commentator or broadcaster, they'll say, you know, you're tuned into Phoenix Suns basketball. We'll take a moment to pause for station identification. So here you go. Station identification. Go to ctnnetwork.net. And what you can do is when you're on the home page, you will see this particular area that says creators. And after you click on it, it will take you to this right here. And what we would like to do is have you featured, kind of like some of the other people see here, like Edward Vinson, Brew Black, even JC the Man. And what's going to happen is a person clicked on the channel, it would take you straight to your what? Your particular page. And you don't have to necessarily do YouTube. Like you'd be like Edward Vinson, and you could do, for instance, Rumble, right? So let's type in grade the God. All right. Here he is. I'll go ahead and subscribe to you. And hey, you're doing pretty decent, man. 1.62K subscribers. He says his channel is for people who enjoy worldly topics and up-to-date news on fighting games and so on. So let's go ahead and click on that. Ooh, that is some scary stuff, man. All right. And let's see what else it says. So this channel is built with the intention to create a genuine community of people who want to escape the natural realm and explore imagination with one another. Also, I drop horror stories and enjoy a wide variety of horror-related content and games. That sounds cool, man. If anything, you're doing something that you love. That's the key thing. Join the Fate community and Yokai, if I pronounce that right, sorry if I'm not, army on our journey to the moon. All right, man. I'll say this much, man. You know, you got some guns going on right there, right? You know, no homo, obviously, but you know, you're built, man. You must have played some football back in the day. I did as well. All right, so here's some of the videos he has. Crypto going to zero, all that stuff. Here's some of his more popular ones. Wow, look at this. 6 months ago, yeah, I wanted 18,000 views. You talk about some controversial stuff, obviously. The trans issue. How about this one 5 months ago? 5 true bone chilling Halloween in the woods story. Yeah, some people like that. You know what I mean? Especially like a lot of kids and stuff like that. So I mean, cool stuff, man. You know, I gave you a sub. And if this is some, the things that you guys are into, give them a follow at Grade the God. All right. Cool stuff. We'll leave that up for a little bit. Let's get back into the comments. Really do appreciate you. Thank you again for the $5 super chat. All right. Before we get back into the news, I'm going to read a few more comments. And all the ones that are way up ahead, I lost them. I'm sorry. I try my best to read them. It's nothing personal. So Blackwood says, I'm glad to have found this channel and appreciate the community. Thank you, Max and Larry, for bringing good people together. I'm glad that you still remember Larry, including him. That's whole thing with his eye. I mean, we miss him and so on. We used to have a show. It's called the Max and Larry Show. And maybe in the future, after he gets better, we could bring that back at least like maybe once a week or so on. Just kind of pay homage to our roots of this channel. And maybe, who knows, maybe he'll be back for that special that we do on the 18th. I'll have to talk to him about that and see if he's comfortable with that. But yeah, thank you for remembering Larry. Larry, if you happen to be listening tonight, which maybe you're not because you're probably asleep. Well, maybe not asleep. I don't know. Maybe he's still awake. We love you and we miss you, brother. And we hope that you get well soon because you are well missed, obviously. All right. Grade the God for the win. Yep. Yep. Had a little gunfight, Mad Max. Man, when I was a kid, I used to have all the gunfights, if you will, man. I would build forts. I would go across the street to the park and make these little hideouts. I had my cap guns. My grandpa was always worried about me when I was a kid because back in the 80s, these cap guns used to look really real. Like they didn't have no yellow tips. They look real. Like I used to, so just to give you a heads up, I had a Rambo. Literally it was made, it was, it said Rambo on it. So I had a little realistic Tech 9, if you can imagine this. I also had a realistic what was it, Smith and Wesson 45, just like from was it Miami Vice, like Don Johnson's character of Sonny Crockett. Looked totally real. They didn't have no yellow highlighted tips or anything. I also had a 357 Magnum. I had a bunch of like amazing toy guns I wish I still had now to this day, but they were like spawn on replicas. My dad, or not my dad, my grandpa used to tell my dad, I'm worried that my grandson is going to get shot. It's bad. Anyway, but for people who are back from that era, you guys know what I'm talking about, man. All that stuff will look real. I remember I went to Disneyland. I will get back into crypto in just a second. I swear to God, we will. I remember when I was a kid at Disneyland, used to go over. They used to have those things, those lifts, right? And then they got rid of those. But they used to have the toy shops, right? And you go in there, and you could buy like replica looking like Davy Crockett mountain rifle, which I still have to this day, right? Or like a pirate gun, and it was made out of wood, and they look kind of realistic. I went there for the first time after all those years since the 80s, and I asked, I said, where's all the good guns at? And they're like, just to tell you the truth, I'm not trying to make this, they would say, I'm not trying to make it political or anything, but you could thank the liberals for that. And I was just like, what? They're like, that's the selection. And I was like, this plastic crap that looks like a little kid, like a bunch of garbage. They're like, yeah. I'm like, where's the good stuff? They have to go to like the Pirates of the Caribbean toy shop or something. They're like, nope, you go there and it might be pirate themed, but it's going to be all plastic. Like, I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me. So I don't know what year it was that they got rid of that, but they got rid of it. And I was so disappointed, but I still have those two guns. One's a pistol, one's a Davy Crockett mountain rifle. And I mean, do you know of any other kids who still has, technically speaking, two of their toys from like when they were like age 5 or 6, and they still have it in pretty good shape? Yeah, I played around with it a little bit when I was a kid. I would take the caps off of the rolls, right? And I would take it and I would strip the cap because, like back then you have the roll of caps, you know what I mean? To put in the little 6-shooter. That way you could just bang, 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 and hear the caps. So I would peel them off, and me and my friends, like, we would pretend like we're old-fashioned pirates or whatever. So we would peel the things off and stuff the caps in our pockets and dress up as pirates, and and load it and cock it back. And I would use the Davy Crockett mountain rifle, or my friend would use like the other pistol, and it was fun, man. I had the most amazing childhood. I would never trade that for anything. If you had an awesome childhood back in the day, drop us a line or something. All right. But yeah, give Grade the God a follow. We'll read a few more comments, kick it back into our outline, because I mean, we need to, right? I know JASMY was the big highlight of the night. ISO Jetpack J0229 states, man, things get kind of sticky up in here because it's kind of got warm in here. What would be cool, Max? What would be cool is for me to turn on this fan and get cooled off. All right. Going live every day is amazing, and shouts to you guys. What if you allowed all the people who are members to go live with you while you stream and chat? That would be amazing. Here's the problem. We can't accomplish it because the most we could do is 10 at the same time. But who knows? Maybe maybe we could figure out something like that. I just don't know how well the stream will go. I don't want it to be where we get like net congestion. You know what I'm talking about? Where it's like it's all skipping and gets throttled, right? But we'll see how that goes. That'd be cool. That'd be super cool, man. But yeah, with StreamYard, which is the platform that we use, that you see us from, we could do a maximum of 10 people. That'd be very interesting. I don't know how that would go. Because even when we used to do crypto roundtable, like it's kind of like people talking over each other sometimes, or some people would consider it boring. I don't know. But we'll see how it goes. Quant Papa says, I hope your dreams become true, Max. Let me tell you something flat out. Now, I understand. All right. I do thank you for that hope, Quant Papa. I want to tell you this. They are going to come true. This is something I've been working on very hard for many years, and I will not be denied from that. So it's not no hope. It's just a matter of when. Like I tell some of my friends, when it comes to crypto, it's not a matter of if anymore. It's a matter of when. So what we are invested in with these solid projects, right? Utility, ISO 222, XRP, XLM, QNT, right? You name it. HBAR, right? Are you kidding me? HBAR? What's the key thing? It's not hopium. It is not hopium, right? The research that we present, even JASMY, some people say, well, I think it's a little bit of hopium. Okay, maybe a tad bit. But we consistently are bringing out updates to show that if you still think it's a bunch of hopium, there's enough evidence to support that might not be the case, right? Like, especially with what we saw tonight. So my main thing is, and I appreciate this because I know that you have well intentions, but it's not hope. I will get to that. So help me God. But thank you. All right. Jay Henry said, thanks. You're very, very welcome. More interactive with the people. Oh, you said I'm more interactive. Okay. So yeah, I come from a background of community. That's my main thing. And, like my gaming community, the reason why we lasted the test of time, like we're one of the few gaming communities out there that have been around for over 21 years. Like most people start up like a clan or, that's what's called, gaming communities are, a gaming clan, for like Counter-Strike or Call of Duty or whatever, right? If it's for RPGs, they're called guilds, right? You guys know this stuff. So my online gaming community, the reason why we stayed around for so long is because we have a great community of people who, like, we used to have meetups, we used to do it like once every year. 2007, 2008 was in Dallas, and we picked that location because it was a centralized location. And it was so fun to meet up with some of those guys. I'm still good friends with some of those guys. One of my friends, I've known him since I guess you could say since he was like 12. He's like 30 years old now. And he works for Funimation. They're now called Crunchyroll, I think is the name. Like they kind of changed their name. But he promoted Shin Godzilla. You got to go to red carpet premiere. He is, if you guys watch Power, right? Shout out to all the Power fans. He's my connect, if you will. So I got to get a hold of him, and I will. I'm going to explain to him, look, man, I respect your time. I'll pay you. All right. I'm not going to disclose how much that is because I don't want to do that. But if anything, I don't know if he's just in the area. He might be just be willing to do it for whatever. I still pay him because it's his time. But I'm going to tell him flat out, look, they might not want to interview with you if they think you're just a regular Joe Schmo. But if they heard, as in the JASMY, that you work for Funimation and you're the head marketing guy from there, you promoted Shin Godzilla, come on. What kind of Japanese person doesn't know about Godzilla? Then that could be huge because if anything, I don't want to like be like Saitama and overpromise and underdeliver, right? So if there's something solid there and it can make it happen, we will. But I would basically tell him, look, I want the pictures, I want the full interview, I want a professional scale, and he has access, of course, to all that media stuff. That would be huge because for one, it smashes FUD, which I love to do, and on top of that, are you kidding me? Like that would be super cool. Verify the offices. I mean, to me personally, it's very verified, but to actually get a solid interview, that people that instills buyer confidence 100%. And people say that's enough to you're just going to be pumping up your own base. I'm mainly doing it for multiple reasons, and just because I want to do it. I'm using my money to do it. You know what I mean? I'm not asking for donations or anything like that, So I respect his time. He might not be willing to do it, but I got a feeling that, what? We are very good friends. And he's also going to get paid to do it. So I don't have any specific date. He might not go for it. I don't know. But I got a feeling he just might, because he travels to there quite often, to Japan. Anyway. XSI Gaming says, facts, Max. The gaming world is missing that. Keep grinding fire. Thank you very much for that. All right. I got to kick it back to the news, because if I don't, this is going to be WrestleMania, and I don't want to be WrestleMania, even though it's almost WrestleMania. Shout out to Stardog. He's the one that started the WrestleMania. I'll read this one more comment. The Crypto Jedi. I want to create my own crypto token called D's Nuts Inu, staking gaming utilities and NFTs for your mouth. Wow. DGen talk now. Jeez. All right. One last comment before I kick it really back into it. Rena Klemas. I'm a grandmother. I'm into crypto for financial freedom, and I'm able to leave my family something and not leave them with debts. Also to say, I told you so. Mama knows best. There you go. Absolutely. That's, you know what? If you want to be able to say that, if anything, they should respect you more. They should be loving you anyway. You know, I definitely miss my grandma like you have no idea. All right. So let's kick it back to our news outline. We are finally going to get into some of the other particular subjects that we have for the outline. And no, it's not JASMY anymore. So if you missed the JASMY, you can watch either recorded, or you could go back and rewind the live. And of course, I'll probably get that out possibly tonight, maybe not. I'll get out tomorrow. But yeah, big bombshell today, as far as I'm concerned, in regards to JASMY, right? Glad to bring it to you guys. I'm just kind of going through my my whole thing. Let me see if anybody. Hey, you know what? We got an announcement to make real quick. So JC the man, paging JC the man. Hello, paging JC the man. Congratulations, JC the man. You are now at 92 subscribers, my little friend. Looking forward to meeting you and your dad and your family someday. But JC the man ticked up to 92. We were asking just for 90. He's up to 92. He only needs 8 more. You really want to make this kid's day or his weekend. With all the people we have here, if we could get 8 people to subscribe, you would just like, oh my God, this would be the happiest kid in the world if he got up to 100 subscribers. So, and who's JC the man? I'll tell you who JC the man is. He makes videos. He wants you to know about that. So here's some of his recent videos. And, you know, I mean, like everybody has to have a start and so on. But you know what? Some of these got some pretty decent views and so on. But, you know, I think he like deleted some. I don't know. I guess so. Yeah, he deleted some. That's kind of different. But that's okay. Oh, because the shorts come up differently. I apologize. So look at this one. March 13th, 6,000 views. Man, JC the man is actually doing pretty well on his shorts. Look at all that. Thousands of views. Very cool stuff. Congratulations, JC the man. Awesome, man. Let's play this real quick. Honda NSX 1901. I used to love the 94 that was featured in Pulp Fiction. We'll play this real quick for JC the man. That was real quick, but hey, you know what? It works. All right. So shout out to JC the man. All right. Now we're going to kick it back into the news. So let's go ahead and do that. And let's see where we're at. So we got a lot from McDizzle. A lot. Let's get into this. McDizzle's like probably like finally after 2.5 hours, you finally got into all the tags I did. My God, Max, what the heck? Well, we had a lot for JASMY. All right, so let's go ahead and retweet this. Let's jump into this for just a brief bit. It says just in, and of course McDizzle says this is a big deal. Well, let's pay attention to this. So it says just in, Arkansas House and Senate passes bill protecting the right to mine Bitcoin. Even if you're not like the biggest Bitcoin fan, this is a win for crypto. That's one of your key things. Even though I didn't get into this obviously on the surface, that's one of the key things. Let's be honest about it. So we'll blow this up and we'll blow it up a little bit more for you to see it a little bit better. And we'll get into the thread for you, Mike. Just give me a second. All right. So it says here, this is, of course, is a bill. It's introduced. Keep in mind, if you don't know the terminology, bills are basically what? They're just proposals, right? And then the ones that become bills, they get passed through legislation and they're becoming what, guys? Law. So here's a bill that is proposed for the act to be entitled in regards to clarify the regulation of digital asset mining business, to create the Arkansas Data Centers Act, and to clarify the regulation of digital assets mining business. There's a lot that's here, right? So what is this all about? Let's try to see if we have something more deeper in the thread. And I think we do. So let me try to get into that. Here's the thread. And hold on a second. Let's share this tab. It's happening, isn't it? Yes, of course. And you know, I hate I don't want to be divisive, right? I don't want to bring politics into it, but in reality, it does seem like more of the red states are more crypto, embrace crypto more. Let's just be honest about it, right? Wyoming, for instance, right? Probably one of the most crypto-free states. Texas, and so on. Obviously, Arkansas. So that's going to be big in itself, you know, and we'll obviously pay attention to that. Let me see, there's a little bit more in regards to this. So, Section 1, the subchapter shall be known and may be cited as the Arkansas Data Centers Act of 2023. The data centers industry began its modern version in the 1980s, and the industry has been accelerated growth since 2008. Data centers have been global growth with expansion of bandwidth, the need for analytical data, research, and digital currency. It goes on and on and on, right? Well, I'll tell you guys this much, right? Let me stop the share on that one, and we'll get back into a little bit more what Crypto Mike has. So I myself, since 2009, actually, no, take that back. Oh, yeah. 2009, September 2009. Actually, maybe that was August. Doesn't matter. August / September of 2009. I have had what I refer to as DS2, Death Star 2, is what we call the server. Now, keep in mind, at this time, this machine, I shelled out like 12 grand for it. I had a business at the time. Did well at first. The company got sold to another company, and all of my plans for financial freedom went down the tube. And of course, at the time, I also found out about Bitcoin. I know, but it's what happens. Anyway, I put a lot into this machine, right? 12 grand. If you're into computers and IT, this machine is dual CPU, quad core Xeons with 144 gigs of DIMM memory. All right. And I done some upgrades since then. Anyway, what's the key thing I'm going with here? Just like you saw in that bill, data centers. So we have this on what they call a co-location. It's a rackable unit. It's a 2U, not a 1U. I wish it was a 1U. I'd save a little more money. Anyway, it's a 2U rackable unit on a co-location at a data center in Chicago. So I just want to throw that out there. You know, you saw that particular bill. Now let's get a little bit more into some more of what Crypto McDizzle has, and that's good. You know, let's reshare this for a second. So that is good. All right. Let me jump back to that. Why is it good? Because Arkansas House and Senate passes a bill protecting the right to mine Bitcoin. Right. That's a win for crypto. All right. When we jump back, McDizzle's got more for us. All right, here's another one. You down with XRP? You know me. Let's see what you got down here. At DPG Maximus, shout out to CTN the crew live on YouTube. Shout out to the Selmo. Shout out to the Selmo. U4 with XRP. Oh, I get what you're saying. You down with XRP? You know me. All right, let's go ahead and play this. If you're looking for XRP news or a little brief update, you finally got it. Let's go ahead and play this. Here we go. All right. XRP USDT pairing, perpetual futures. So, I mean, you know, in a crypto winter, let's face it, people who shorted, they did pretty well. And what about now? We're getting momentum going the other way. Are people doing well on perpetual futures, right? Just like anything, right? There's an action and a reaction for everything. Crypto winter, the action is, for instance, I didn't do it, but obviously I probably should look more into it. Next crypto winter, I probably will. Shorting. What about where we're at now, right? XRP has gone up from, was it originally 32 cents to, I think we're at we touched 52, 54 cents briefly, right? But the point is, if you're into this stuff, and again, not financial advice, please understand this is stuff you need to know, you could do well. And if you want to learn more about some of this stuff, maybe Crypto Mike kind of gives you a heads up on how to go about it a little bit. He's mentioned some key things with me, like start off with a little bit. I don't know if I'm really willing to do this, but I definitely recognize the opportunity. I just got to, just like anything, I got to research it more myself. So shout out to Crypto Mike in regards to that. I'm going to go ahead and retweet that. Let's get a little bit more into some of our community news. Appreciate you. This is nice. Triple Dutch. Don't you know who he is? But thank you. I'm going to go ahead and follow him. He's sharing our tweets about Morpheus Network. All right, let me see if we got a little bit more from Crypto McDizzle. Here's one about Tacit, the real blockchain payments from the great Crypto Smith, Sean. Go ahead and check that out. I'm going to check that out later tonight. So that's cool stuff. Tacit is the real deal for instant settlement in the Fed now. Cool stuff from Sean. Let's check this out real quick from the Crypto Basic. And then we'll get into some of our other outlines that we have tonight. It might turn into WrestleMania. I don't know. I don't know if it turns into WrestleMania tomorrow night. Now, you may wonder, what is Max talking about when it comes to this whole thing of, WrestleMania? So Stardog started this. So if I do a show and it's over 3 or 4 or 5 hours, he refers to it as WrestleMania. Anyway. But I can't do it all the time because I also want to have some time to make some recorded videos and end up getting into that. So anyway, yeah, let's get back into this. And again, shout out to Crypto Mike. Here is John Deaton. This gets brought up quite a bit. I'm getting worn out with it, to be honest. Right? I am. I don't mind that Crypto Mike shares it. Any of you guys can share this. I'm not saying I'm worn out with you guys. I'm just worn out with the whole thing of the trial, right? Like, let's just get a Ripple victory already. Let's have it all, obviously, blast off to the moon. I know it's part of the grind, but come on. Am I the only one that feels this way? You know what I mean? This is why I don't cover it as much as I used to. I used to cover it a lot. Like the whole thing was at James K. Filan, right? What he would always report. I'm just at the point, like, unless it's something solid, forget about it, right? Not really. Let's blow this up. So this comes from the Crypto Basic. Deaton explains why Judge Torres, hold on a second, cancel. Why Judge Torres is delaying ruling in the Ripple versus SEC lawsuit. Ugh. All right, what the heck is going on here? So crypto law founder said the judge is facing intense pressure as she understands the significance of Ripple versus SEC ruling. Several XRP community members have recently taken to Twitter to ask why Judge Annalisa Torres is yet to issue her ruling in the lawsuit between Ripple and the SEC. I'm wondering that too. I think we all are wondering that, right? Following predictions from pro XRP lawyer James Filan, like I was just talking about earlier, many Ripple and XRP supporters expect the judge's ruling to come before the end of last month. However, this didn't happen, leading questions about the possible cause of the delay. In a video clip making the rounds with the XRP community, crypto law founder attorney John Deaton explained why Judge Torres is taking time to rule on the summary judgment of the lawsuit. Excuse me. Let's go ahead and listen to this, and then we'll be right back. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Thank you for joining us on this wonderful Friday night for Do Your Own Research with me, Max. Glad to have you here tonight. And again, smash that like. All right, let's go ahead and play this, and we'll be back here shortly. We'll play a little, so we'll see where this goes. All right, here we go.
And we are live. Welcome to Crypto Law TV. I'm John Deaton, the founder and your host. This week's War on Crypto quick update. On our weekly update, we got the big news. The CFTC files a case against CZ and Binance. And I'm going to do and say what I said at the very beginning of the Ripple case. The most responsible thing you can do is you wait and you read the answer of the complaint. Remember, a complaint is the prosecution, in this case, the CFTC, alleging certain things. And then we get to see the defendant's answer in response. And what I do as an experienced litigator and as someone who has filed complaints as a federal prosecutor, sometimes there's noise in the complaint that's meant to drive a certain narrative. And for example, in the CFTC complaint, they talk about terrorism funding. And there's language in emails about a joke is made about you can't buy an AK-47 with $600 and alleged activity or potential small funding of terrorist organization. None of that is actually necessary for the underlying charges. And none of that is necessary to prove what you're proving. So the question is it something that we're going to see from the Department of Justice in some kind of criminal action? Or is it noise? Remember, let's go back to the Ripple case. And when the Ripple case was filed, people were out there and they read it. And there was language in there that they used. I called it fraud-like language in a non-fraud complaint. And I warned people, listen, they're just trying to inflame people, right? Brad Garlinghouse said he was long XRP while he was selling it. Well, if you own 1 billion XRP and you sell some of it, you're still long. If Elon Musk, is he long Tesla, even though he sold a shitload of Tesla stock? You know, and all I'm saying is that if you're not alleging fraud, then why is this language in there? And it's meant to inflame people, or it's meant to impact the public. It's meant to impact potential jurors, or it is meant to create a narrative that as a government you want to create. So what is that narrative? Well, we see this language. We see a U.S. sitting senator actually filing as part of her re-election campaign an anti-crypto platform. And what are we going to hear? Something we're going to talk about here in a minute. The narrative of crypto is used for illicit purposes. It funds terrorism. Drug cartels use it. All of this. When we all know that the truth is not that. We all know that the FBI, the CIA, the National Safety, NSA, basically have all come out and said that, well, you'd have to be a moron if you're going to use crypto on a distributed public blockchain ledger. We're going to catch you. We hope that you do it. The government just sold Bitcoin and will continue to sell Bitcoin from Silk Road. So that's all for a narrative. So I just caution people out there that to ignore that noise and wait until you see the actual facts, because it has a cascading impact. What did we see shortly after that complaint that just went down yesterday? I believe it was yesterday, where there's a rumor that Interpol has issued a warrant arrest for CZ. Normally, you don't publicize it, right? If there's a arrest warrant, you don't usually put someone on notice that has the means to hide, who has the means, billionaire, some think maybe one of the richest men in the world, who can avoid law enforcement. Normally that wouldn't be publicized. Now, I knew that when I saw that rumor. I was like, listen, this is probably bullshit. But you don't know. But what happened is, of course, people react. And someone did something, I don't know how it went down. I don't know the facts, but the point is you have to wait and you can't react, especially on Twitter. You see something and you panic and all of a sudden you want to take your money out. So I would love to know what the facts are of how much money from that rumor that hit social media, how much money left Binance and was withdrawn within the first few hours of that. So anyways, try to ignore all that. Sorry. Now, moving on to today, I said that I talk about that narrative. We saw some of that narrative play out. I was invited to testify.
All right, hold on just a second. We will play a little bit more in regards to this because we're about 5.5 minutes into it, and I know it's getting good. Just gonna double check how we do in the comments. We'll get back into this. I promise. This seems like it's pretty good stuff. So shout out to Crypto McDizzle in regards to that. Let's see how we're doing. So just a few more comments because I mean, otherwise it's just it will be WrestleMania. And let's see here. None max 100%. Thank you. All right. Selmo Floods in the house. Thank you for being here, Selmo. Centrifuge. Wow, congratulations. Oh, wow, I missed that. 350 quant. My God, you must have got in really, really early on quant if that's the case. That's amazing, Centrifuge. Awesome, man. That is amazing. Well, you got a new nickname now, man, in a good way. So if Salamander is the XDC commander, you are Centrifuge, the QNT. I don't even know what I'm going to do with that. The QNT Refuge with the Centrifuge? I don't know. Guys, come up with a good nickname. We might not have to do a nickname. Whatever the case be, 350 quant, man. The quant master? I don't know. That's amazing. Wow. Yeah, I agree with you guys. That's crazy. Crazy good. Yeah. That's sweet DCA, baby. Yeah, that's a good point, man. That is a good point. Brittany's in the house shooting. You guys are all having a little laser quest in the comments. That's cool. Quad Papa says, bullish. Nice. XSI Gaming got on. Nice Patrick with the gifted membership. Why doesn't that come up on here? Let me see. Could somebody state who got the gifted membership? It doesn't show up on my screen, but thank you, Patrick Collier, once again. You rock. Coochie Boy says, yep, he still has his wooden air rifle. Cool, man. Crypto Jedi Max, I would love to take the Nintendo Zapper and make it roll. Yeah, I did that too. I forgot about that. So originally back in 1988, not when it first came out, right? I think Nintendo was technically out originally in 85 or 84 or something like that. My grandma, for my birthday, I was like in the second grade, I believe. She got me a Nintendo Entertainment System, and it came with, on that cartridge, it had Super Mario Brothers, Duck Hunt, which came with the Zapper, and it had Track and Field, which came with the Power Pad. And that's what got me into video games. Shout out to my grandma. Rest in peace. Love her very much. Miss her every day. Same with my mom, all of them that lost their battle to cancer, but I know they're in a better place, and I'll see them again someday. Just not yet, as the movie Gladiator has pointed out, right? I'll see them again someday, but not yet. There's a lot to be done here still. All right, Mr. Burke is in the house. He said, I had to use eBay to get the kids real cap guns when they were kids 10 years ago. Wow. Well, yeah, you know what? That's cool. You decided to actually go that route, and hook them up with the real stuff that you experienced. That's cool. All right. Let's see here. Patch Collier says, Max, I just want invite to the reveal. Oh, okay. All right. Jasmine getting small move. Dang, mans, our clan grew up and got too busy with kids. Haha, RTCW days, God's forsaken. All right. Quant Papa says, Quant gonna explode soon. All right. Ray Love, Max Privacy, Coin Epic Cash founder's name is Max. Maybe have him on show to talk about privacy/freedom. Huh. That's interesting. All right, I'll read a couple more. All right, so Jetpack says nothing starts out. Sure shot takes investigation. You really bet you're putting. Hold on. it's really the bet you're putting on yourself, hoping that you're making the right decision. If something has value, it's only in the eye of the beholder. All right, I'll read this one more. Oh, Rand, he came back. He says every coin will explode, but it will be much more the who have utility and good benefit of the business. And on top of that, it's also about who has what? Who has, ready for it? Are you ready for it? Who has the fat juice? Yes, that's right. Mr. Rain in the fat juice. There's no fat juice in here, Rain. None. There's no green avocado. There's no banana in here with milk. I haven't tried it yet. Rain, drop the recipe for the fat juice. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's kick it back to John Deaton. This is the XRP news you're looking for. Lionel Richie. Let's go ahead and play this. Thank you for being here tonight. And let's go ahead and play some more of this. Guys, rock. Let's do it. Here we go.
As many of you know, in Maine, at the first digital public hearing of a state legislature involving digital assets. And the bill that was being proposed is fairly simple. It is a bill that is allowing financial institutions, certain private financial institutions, to custody crypto with 100% in reserves. So if they custody your one Bitcoin, they will always maintain that one Bitcoin. They won't sell it. They won't loan it, any of that, right? Sounds like a great thing in today's environment. And so the senator had invited me. It was only 3 minutes because they went over. There were a lot of people involved. But if you go to that hearing, it won't be my testimony that is interesting, to be honest with you, because you all know this stuff. It will be what a state legislature financial services committee looks like and who it's comprised of. And that you're going to be shocked at how out of tune regular non-crypto people are who make or are part of the legislative process in the states. And so the questions were like, oh my God, is this 2012? Is this 2014? I'll give you an example, right? So that you understand exactly what I'm talking about. The questions were, I hear that crypto, Bitcoin, and this other crypto stuff is used really by criminals. That's a question that you have to address, and you have to educate this person that they all said, agencies, as I said you'd be a moron to do this, and that it's not, and that cash is still used. But that was a question. Question was, I don't understand how Bitcoin miners make money. And it makes no sense to me. And isn't it just the same kind of system we have, except now other people are collecting fees, and they don't understand that. There was a question of the electricity use. I hear Bitcoin takes a whole lot of electricity and is ruining the environment. Those are the questions we had. Volatility. People were saying the questions from these people were, I don't get if I put my Bitcoin in a bank and they're going to hold it and it's worth 10,000 now, how are they guaranteeing me my 10,000 if Bitcoin goes down to 5,000? Like, they literally have to be spoon fed how it works, that one Bitcoin is one Bitcoin and that it fluctuates. They have no idea of use cases. One of the questions was, I really don't worry about Bitcoin because I can't buy my coffee with Bitcoin. And until I can buy my coffee with Bitcoin, Bitcoin is no use to me. They have no idea that these cryptos serve utility on certain types of cases. They have no idea about XRP. They have no idea about cross-border payments and how, we can not pay the 9 and 15% of the MoneyGrams and all of that. And you can use XRP as none of that, right? It's more of those kind of questions. And so a lot of you are just going to be absolutely shocked about that. I also talked about the narrative of, because everyone's going to go with this narrative. I hear they're all securities. We have to fight that narrative. And that's what I've been fighting for over 2 years now, that this is computer code. This is software code. That's all it is. It can be offered and packaged like any commodity or any asset in an unregistered securities, but that doesn't do it. But I can tell you the damage that Gensler is doing, creating this narrative, the unconstitutional shortcut that the token itself is a security, Ethereum is a security. That's his claim. XRP is a security. Not that they're virtual currencies that can be sold or could have been sold in the past as a unregistered security, but that they themselves are securities. That narrative is taking a toll, and we have to go in and fight it. I explained to them about Operation, Choke Point 2.0. And I asked them to think about what's happening here, that if the government is successful, it will actually take the sovereign powers of the states away. And so this bill was mirroring the bill of like Custodial Bank in Wyoming, and hopefully they get Caitlin.
All right. We'll play the rest of it. There's only about 45 minutes here in a bit. We're just going to catch up with the comments. Let me just go ahead and remove that for a second. Stop screen. All right. So we got the fat juice going on. Hopefully Rain came back, gave you guys a recipe. Maybe he didn't. That's okay. We got Marvin Davis says, Mrs. Rena. Yes, ma'am. I told you so. LOL. But not really funny, kind of sad. Family and friends will miss this financial opportunity. Shaking my head. Yeah, here's the thing. All right. I totally agree with you on that. It's a conversation with Ms. Rena, right? So, like my uncle, right? You guys might have heard this in the past, right? He's basically worth like 15 million, right? From inheritance. So in regards to him, he has this thing. He wants no risk. And I get it. I mean, maybe at some point I might have been that way. You never know the situation, right? This is long before crypto was even a thing, even before Bitcoin. Like he's had this for probably 20 years now. The key thing is this. If I would mention any of this to him, would he listen to me? No. He wouldn't listen to me. Even if I said, 10K became 120K in crypto, you'd be like, yeah, it's too much of a risk. He's not willing to do it. Even when, let's face it, we become like future millionaires, some of us billionaires, right? Maybe he'd been like, well, why didn't you tell me about it? I would have been like, you know what? Would you have listened to me? And the answer is no, he wouldn't have listened to me. So there's always that type of person. And that's just the way it is. You know what I mean? And it's not about like, I told you so, or at least that's not how it is for me. For some of you guys, it might be that way, right? Like Ms. Rena was saying earlier. But there's always going to be that type of person who they are like what? They're like the average person who FOMOs in. They're only convinced about the asset when it blasts off. Hence why you saw a bunch of people FOMOing into Bitcoin, right? At 69K. They do it because they're like, oh, well, it's obviously going to keep going up. So as the saying goes, they buy in at the top of the mountain and the thing crashes, right? They didn't study, 4-year cycles or any of that stuff. They don't do that. That's FOMO money. They are part of the conglomerate majority that do that. And if anything, who is the people who really capitalize on it? It's you and me and the other people who have already bought the digital assets, if you will, at rock bottom rates. That's the key thing. But FOMO money is always going to exist. And if anything, let FOMO money excite you because it's part of the bigger picture. We need FOMO money coming in, no matter what the project is, right? Right. All right, let's go further down. Bert says, LOL, right to mine. I'm gaming, not mining. Thank you, Salamander, for getting the algorithm going. Appreciate you. GF Bert says, I have the right to pay for electricity. Wow, shocking. Yeah. How about this? You guys already know this answer. I think, I didn't see him tonight, and that's okay. He's probably got plans, Mr. Boomer F it sooner. So he pointed out that, they want to say, they as in Washington and the elected officials want to state that, crypto is worthless and crypto is going to go to zero and all that. Okay. So if it's not worth anything, then that means you can't tax it, right? Oh, well, that doesn't fit into the narrative. Yeah. You can't have it both ways. It's like these guys want to play both sides of the fence. At the end of the day, you can't play both sides of the fence on anything. I don't care what it is. If you think about it for a moment, you can't. All right, let's go further down. Texas and Florida, crypto friendly. Yeah, I would agree with that. Thank God for that, right? McDizzle says, dog, it's like this. I mess with you lightly because I knew if I mess with you too deep, you bite me, get mad at me, try to get some XRP to fight me. All this other time you didn't like me. Oh, would you hear that? People talk. Yo, you saw Mr. Who crypto winner from New York. Dogs got ears, buildings burned. Supposed to be shh, but smell the word. Who's that? Can you name what rapper I just quoted? All right. You threw me some XRP news, worthy stuff. All right, let's get some into that stuff right now. Give me a second. We'll get back into this outline with John Deaton. Give me a second. Coochie Boy sent a link 22 minutes ago. Ooh, we have people in the queue. So, all right, we'll do McDizzle because technically speaking, I guess you were before him, and then we'll get into Coochie Boys. All right. Let me see what we got here. So obviously, you got some more. All right, let's go ahead and share that for a brief bit. Share. Here we go. And there we go. All right, let's check this out. This comes from Crypto McDizzle. It says, we got to look into this. All right, so it says, watch the price of gold, silver, and oil. Watch the gold, silver, and oil on the debt clock. Changes are coming. All right, we'll pull that up in a second. The repricing event will set the stage to move the economy into the new financial system. It will be the green light for liquidity to pour into our new economy, especially since we have new legislation on the table regarding the digital asset standardization bill, kind of like in reference to that thing that you posted earlier for Arkansas, right? Interesting. All right, let's take a look at this whole thing on the debt clock for a brief moment. U.S. debt clock. Hold on a second. Pull that up. Here it is. Look at this doom and gloom. So, oh man. Look at this on the far right. Draw your attention to the far right. All right. So dollar to oil ratio. Look at that. Now, look at the asterisk, 0 per barrel. Dollar to oil. I'm sorry, dollar to silver ratio now, 0 per ounce. And so you're like, well, how do we compare it to something, right? Well, look at the dollar to silver ratio back in like 1913, right? You had 270 per ounce. How about dollar to gold ratio now, right? 0 per ounce back in 1913, 28, 22 per ounce. Pretty sad stuff, right? All right. And then our debt clock, right? Let's take a look at the national debt. Close to 32 trillion and counting. All right. Pretty crazy stuff. Debt per citizen, 94,614. This is on the top left if you're kind of lost on where we're at. U.S. Federal Reserve spending, right? Look at this. Federal Reserve spending. So we have, yikes. Hold 369. So that's trillion. Yeah, 6.29 trillion. Oh, there's a lot here. How about shout out to Crypto Winner? He's always talking about the M2 money supply. Here's the M2 money supply now, 21 trillion. Back in the year 2000, you had it at 4.7 trillion. So 23 years ago, it was at 4.7. You also got to keep in mind there's other factors, right? Obviously, when 9/11 happened, there's a lot of bad things that's happened since the turn of the century, right? 9/11, obviously, we're still paying for all that, right? The recession. Then after that, come on, 2020, right? COVID. So, I mean, those are three big things that just kind of messed up the world completely. All right. So you can verify some of these things from usdebtclock.org. Thought we'd point out some of these things. All right. Let's jump back to where we're at. Share this tab instead. Let me go back a little bit more. I'll go ahead and like that and retweet it. What was the thing about Bitcoin? Hold on a second. Let me see if there's anything more from McDizzle. Oh, yeah, there is. Let's check this out real quick from McDizzle, and then we'll get into Coochie Boys. I want to give him a chance, too. Sorry about that, Coochie Boy. Shout out to Smoke for this, it says. So this is in regards to a little bit what we were talking about earlier, right? So here's Interledger from the XRP ledger, right? XRPL. Look at what it's all connected to, right? You have, this is kind of plain as day. I'll blow it up a little bit more. Sorry about that. Pull that up. Share this tab instead. Might be too big, right? I don't know. A little bit too big. I guess there's such a thing as too big. That's what she said. Yeah, that's bad. All right. I don't know why I just said that. I apologize. All right. So let's get into this. And yeah, so you have Cordis Settler, you have Hyperledger Quilt. Remember we talked about Hyperledger Fabric? How about Hyperledger Quilt? So from there, you have this breakdown, and some of these countries are BRICS related, right? So you got Brazil, Banco Central de Brazil to Quorum, right? Keep in mind that's JP Morgan's Quorum, to Ethereum, to Hyperledger Fabric, to Hyperledger Quilt, back up to Interledger. The key thing is everything you see here connected to R3. Remember, 90% of banks use R3. How do we know that? Is that just me just coming up with some figure out of thin air? Look at the diagram, you guys. Look how many times you see R3 with Corda, right, being mentioned here. And obviously we know how big the R3 Corda connection is with XDC. But, I mean, I would say for the most part, that's close to 90%, But anyway, I have gone ahead and retweeted this. Look into it yourself. Get the message out there. Retweet yourself. More people need to be educated about some of this stuff, right? A lot of us know about this. Educate yourself about why that's so important, because Ripple gets it done. They have it connected. They have the connections big time, right? Look what it says on the right side. You're replying that Hyperledger Quilt has been gone for nearly a year. Corda Settler is settlement independent of its rail. It would be great if you could quit publishing ancient pics and about misleading people. This is just, so what if it's ancient? The key thing is a lot of people still don't know about it. You know what I mean? There's a lot of new people, right? Anyway, there's more about R3 on Stellar. Anyway, I don't care what that person says. I mean, my thing is, it's still educational. Why not share it? All right, so let's go further into this just a little bit more. Let's give Coochie Boy a shout out. He posted this 21 minutes ago. Let's share this real quick. So I think it's in regards to what I was talking about earlier with my whole thing with gaming, right? So thank you, Coochie Boy. Sorry I didn't get to this earlier, my friend. So this from the Daily Hodl, Polygon Matic becomes second largest gaming blockchain in March after surge in activity and DApp radar. Also keep in mind that thing with ZK EVM is absolutely massive for Polygon. We did about 3 to 4 minute video on it. Take a look into it. We have a broader idea of why that's so massive. It has to do with utility being activated. Layer 2 scaling solution Polygon is establishing a name in the gaming sector following impressive growth in daily unique active wallets last month. According to blockchain intelligence platform DAP Radar, Polygon recorded 138,081 DUAWs in March, marking an increase of 53% from the numbers recorded in February. Now, what the heck is DADW? DUAWs, right? I don't even know what that is. So let's find out what the heck that is. All right. So let's type that in. DAWs in crypto. All right. So it says, let me see here. It says nothing. I'm not coming up with anything. That's all right. I'll have to take more deep dive into that, apparently, unless you guys already know the answer on that one. All right, so let's jump back to what we have real quick. All right, sorry about that. I'm gonna jump back into that, share this tab instead. I guess we'll find out what it is. According to blockchain intelligence platform DAP Radar, Polygon recorded, like we saw right there, in March, an increase of 53% from the numbers recorded in February. We know about the whole thing about, Polygon being the second largest gaming blockchain. Some of us do, some of us don't. After Boolean Hunter's on-chain launch its testnet last month, the action role-playing game has since risen to become one of the top 5 blockchain chain games in terms of on-chain decentralized apps. So the game is called Sorry about that. Lost connection there. All right. So let's share this tab instead. I am back with you guys. No way to get rugged. All right. So let's do Boomland Hunters trailer. Let's see what this looks like. Why is this significant? All right. Boomland Hunters. It shows gameplay. We just want a short trailer, right? All right, here it is. Cinematic trailer. Let's see what this looks like. Give me a second. All right. Here we go. All right, so that was definitely interesting. It actually looked pretty fun. It's not my type of game. That looks more like too cartoony, Roblox-ish, if you will. But I mean, let's face it, it's a real popular trending type of thing. So for Polygon to have something like that, that's pretty good quality. That's interesting, right? So shout out to Coochie Boy for sharing that. We're gonna get into a few more comments, and we'll kick into a little bit more of what Crypto Mike has for us. So let's see here. XRP, yes. What's the news? We got a little bit about that. Yeah, we shared some of that. Thank you for that, Salamander. Crypto Winners in the house. He says, yo, yo, yo. What's up, everyone? Late night. Probably about almost an hour behind. My God. Let's see here. Yeah, good to have you here, Badir. And yeah, I did talk about JASMY earlier. I know you posted that a long time ago. Thank you for that. All right, let's see where we're at. Post about the fat juice. Interesting stuff. You got one, Max. Huh. What do you got? I know you said that a while back. Sorry about that. Blackwood says, says some people want to close their eyes and ears to the truth. To be honest, is how someone wants to handle life. If they can stay weak and wait in the food line, they'll be focused on getting wealthy. And Marvin Davis is the winner. Can you name the song that I quoted? Can you name the song? All right. The winner says, yes, keeping getting paid for the FOMO. Look at Uniswap on Polkadot. Buy at 530. Sell at 650 all day. Both. Huh. That's interesting. Maybe I'll look more into that. My one of the big ones I'm looking at right now, let's just say it's a big one, right? The BTC Pay. I'm just looking at it from like what it could yield, especially if Bitcoin goes to 30K. You can see some big pumps on BTC Pay. So I am following that one very, very closely. Be maybe my next power swap. The Crypto Smith pulling an all-nighter, Max. Not exactly, my friend. Not exactly. But thank you for being here. Give a follow to Sean, the Crypto Smith. Let's give a moment to give him a plug. If you're not following Sean, the Crypto Smith, then I don't know why you're watching Utility Talk Now on Mondays and Wednesdays, because you need to follow Sean, the Crypto Smith. And if anything, let's give it a second for station identification. So what am I talking about? Go to ctnnetwork.net, click on creators. And after you create a free account, scroll down here, some familiar faces. I was earlier today, while at work, I was doing the whole thing of watching a little bit of 2-Bit Crypto stream. But you can come down here and you can go down to, for instance, you can go to ctnnetwork.net, the creator section. And here he is, Sean, the Crypto Smith. You click on that, brings you to his YouTube channel. He's at 1.88K subscribers. If you're new and you just found out about a particular station, or you want to call it network, right? You owe it to yourself to give Sean the Crypto Smith a follow. So maybe you just start watching CTN, like, I don't know, today, yesterday, and so on. Tell you flat out, you might as well give him a follow now, because he, if anything, is going to have a show tomorrow. It's referred to as Straight Talk. He has this show on his platform of what you see on YouTube. He has that every Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. And on top of that, if you're wondering, well, where's the CTN connection, right? If you're that type of person, all right? It's a fair enough question. So he's here with us on Mondays and Wednesdays. I think this coming Wednesday he won't be here. I don't know if it's Monday he won't be here, but typically speaking, if he doesn't have plans or he's work or something like that, he will be here on Mondays and Wednesdays for a show that we have called Utility Talk Now. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about in regards to that, I'll show you that here in a second. But yeah, give him a follow and let me show you what I'm talking about. Crypto Talk Now. And see on our live shows, this is for people who are brand new. So like if you just start watching this like yesterday, right? So we have these shows. The last one was on Wednesday. So it says Utility Talk Now. And him and I, what we do is we try to focus on a key particular, news on a subject or something. So last Wednesday was about, this whole thing about, Bitcoin maxis and so on. Like, they're like, oh yeah, man, Bitcoin's going to go to 120K or 250K. And, the banks are 100% behind Bitcoin. But in reality, it has no utility. So are they eventually going to be the ones holding the bag? We cover that in that particular show. The one before that on Monday, I believe was like covering a little bit about what happened with Cypherium. We talked about some other things, right? At the same time, I forgot what the other one was, but you can watch these and they're always titled Utility Talk Now. It's a Monday and a Wednesday show. They're great shows. We have very good turnouts. We've had as much as 80 to 90 people watching these. Some of you guys have stated that's your favorite show from the CTN lineup. So the way I look at it personally, right? You enjoy the content here. I'm telling you flat out, why aren't you following Sean the Crypto Smith? So that's just the way I look at it. I'm gonna show it one more time. So, here is his particular YouTube. I'm gonna leave that up there for you guys can see that. All right, let's go further down. Crypto Winner says, yo, been buying gold 1.5 ounce a month. Hold on. Treasure Valley, baby. Huh. All right, let's see how far we are into this. All right. Crypto Winner says, Max, if they don't know, they better know. A teacher's job is to teach. Don't matter how old the story. Yep, exactly. That's exactly the way I look at it. All right, let's see here. Let me go further down. Crypto Jai says, peace out, everyone. I had to get going. Yep, you guys are going to sleep. I probably should end this soon then if that's the case. Crypto Smith says, Max, get some sleep, brother. I'm going to visit you in June. Flying to Phoenix for a few days. Oh, really? Super cool, man. Nice. We'll have to hook up for sure. All right, let's see here. Let me go further down. Smith, we have access to a private range and collect fun toys. You should come out. All right. Crypto Winner says Uniswap and Polkadot are running behind each other when one drops below 6. The other one is still at 625, giving you more time to set up the move. Okay. All right. I don't know if I have anything more tagged. I might just do a couple more, and that's about it. So let's see where we're at on this. More from McDizzle 4 minutes ago. All right. Crypto Mike says, DPG Maximus, old Joe Katz, aka David Schwartz. I might as well give him a follow. Keeps coming after them. Oh, well. So Crypto Lulu, right, says David agrees with. Let me just blow this up more. David agrees with everything here because of how it's all written, correct? But gold can be tokenized, and said token can have a pegging mechanism. Also, just by its role in the new system, it's kind of backed by everything, right? Yeah, it is. Like the U.S. military backs the dollar, correct? But XRP will be stable when vast amounts of transactions are running through the system. Correct, that's obvious. Correct, that's obvious. Correct, XRP is a native token, and XRPL. Yep, no, but Ripple does. Correct. Oh, that's obvious. Correct. That would be ridiculous to think. Different banks. My God, look at all this. I don't believe that will happen, but there may be sneaky ways they can incentivize people. Correct, but RippleNet partners can be upgraded to on-demand liquidity, which does use XRP. I think David knows that based on the exact wording, all are true, as do Crypto Lulu. Cool stuff. Let's retweet that. All right. Let's jump back for a second. Hold on. Let's see if there's anything else tagged. I think we pretty much got it on that. All right, so let me see what else is left. Give me a second here. I think it was the remainder of what we had for John Deaton, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on. Where the heck is the Deaton stuff? Hold on just a minute. So we talked about a lot of this stuff earlier today. Just kind of going through this for just a brief moment. Excuse me. I'll try to pull that up again. Hold on. Where is that darn tab? Oh, man. I might go to history real quick and see if I can pull that up. Hold on. Ah, that's right. It's not on YouTube. All right. Give me just a second. I think I could pull it up in a different way. So, yeah. There we go. A friend is calling me. All right. So I think we have like maybe a minute left of this. It's weird I don't have that one up anymore. I would just like to pull that up again. But it must have got overwritten with some of you guys' content. Which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Give me a second. Ah, jeez. I'll pull it up again. Crypto Basic. All right, let's share this in a second. I'm going to fast forward.
Powers.
Yeah, I think we're right at here, 11-minute mark. All right, we're going to play the last 5 minutes of this and smash a like if you haven't done so already. Let's go ahead and play this. Here we go.
The states of way. And so this bill was mirroring the bill of like custodial bank in Wyoming, and hopefully they get Caitlin Long there and she can really educate them and these committee members. But what I learned sitting there is that we as an industry need to attack these state legislatures. I've been arguing for over 2 years that the battle is in the federal courts. And today, kind of the light bulb went off that it's a multi.
I apologize. I found the other one where we're at, so I'm going to share this tab instead. Here we go. Oh, come on. Really? It's going to do that? All right, I guess we'll go back to the other one. Hold on. I got it.
Grayscale versus the SEC, Ripple versus the SEC, Coinbase versus the SEC, Binance, all of them, retail holders filing cases, getting involved when we can. But we need to be going into the states and trying to get these states, especially states in the Northeast, who are allegedly supposed to be progressive. We got to find where we can get in the state legislature and try to get more bills like this. That's going to put more pressure on the government, and that's going to fight that narrative. So if we need to reach out in the states that we live, and I'm going to do it, I'm going to contact the Rhode Island state legislatures and say, we need a similar bill that just got proposed in Maine, that got proposed in Wyoming, and attack these state legislatures. I think that is an area that we're not fighting as effectively as we should be. So it's going to be a quick one today. I only got a couple more minutes, and that's just going to touch base. I just had an interview with Thinking Crypto Tony, and I know a lot of you tune in because you're waiting with bated breath and anxiety over the decision from Judge Torres. And I'm going to repeat what I've said before. If you look at her past history, we have an example of where she filed the Daubert motion and on experts, and then she filed her summary judgment within an hour later. That didn't happen, but that has happened. That's why I said back then it could be any moment. Then there was another case where she filed the Daubert motion and then she filed a summary judgment 2 weeks after. Well, the Daubert motion was filed on March 6th. So in 2 days, it will be 4 weeks. So that didn't happen. Now there's two more examples I've got for you. There was a case where she filed the Daubert motion and 30 days went by. And there was a case where she filed the Daubert motion and 60 days went by. So what I've said is that from the Daubert motion until 2 months after the Daubert motion, we can most likely expect a ruling. So that would put us, right? If it's 2 months, that would put us to May 6th, March 6th, April 6th, May 6th at the outside. But it's possible that May 6th will come around and it won't be decided. All we can do is give you, here's what she's done in the past. And if she follows that past, then we're getting a decision sometime between March 26th and May 26th. I'll be surprised if May 1st comes and we don't have a decision, but that's all I'll be, is surprised. And that doesn't mean anything other than that. Each day that passes, this decision gets bigger and bigger. So I just want you to think about those of you out there who are thinking about this. Why hasn't she ruled yet? What I doubt very seriously that Judge Torres has ever felt the pressure that she's feeling right now. Ripple is sending, hey, Judge, look what the judge in Voyager said. Look what the Judge Gorsuch at the Supreme Court said about fair notice. All of these things are happening after. She's getting more information. Look at the SEC's conduct. Look at Binance. Look at the CFTC. All of this stuff is happening in the background where you got guys like me saying the regulatory clarity is going to come from her. You've got the library decision. You don't think she's aware of all this? So this decision is as big of a decision that this judge has ever faced. Think about it. What other decision is as big as this decision when it comes to global trade and finance in modern history? I've said before that this case is the most significant non-fraud SEC enforcement action since 1946. So that kind of pressure, personally, I don't blame Judge Torres for being very careful of how she words this decision, because A, if it goes against Ripple, she knows it's going up to a conservative court. And if it's for Ripple, she has to justify it and all those things. So just be patient. We're almost at the end. Everybody have a great night. See you next week.
Well, there you have it. That was straight from John Deaton. And I'm actually glad that we shared that this time. Why do I feel that way? Well, the reason why I feel that way is because unlike other things that we have been covering in the past, whereas James K. Filan and so on, a little bit different narrative this time, right? You know, basically speaking, hold on a second, let me get this on the stop share. There we go. This whole concept of, oh, this is going to get dragged out for years. To be honest, I'm going with John Deaton in regards to this. So, yeah, he mentioned a few key dates. Like he said, it could also get further delayed. Do I think this is going to get delayed to 2024? No. So if that's your thing, you're like not about dates, you're more like, you know, narrowing it down to years. I think sometime in 2023 for sure, this thing's going to be wrapped up. I am now convinced 100% about that. But if anything, let me know what you guys think. If you're still around, if you're not asleep or anything like that. I'll read a few more comments. Crypto Winner says on Uniswap or Polkadot, load up any where from 514 to 530. I'll try to remember this, on sale at 650, and keep playing that game until the way down as you DCA, sell the top, buy or near the bottom. I'm glad you mentioned Uniswap. We covered that in the past a few times. Even Investor Place, which is a premium service that I have, they recommend getting into Uniswap. Again, this is not financial advice. It might be financial advice from them. Anyway, so go ahead and sue them. No, I'm kidding. No, don't do that. Burke says SHIB ecosystem is growing. Their blockchain is going to come soon. Look at what Leash and Bone. I know you put lease, you meant Leash. Bone did. Now look at how cheap Paw is right now. It says it's new. I know about Paw. And it did have some pretty big pumps, like, was it like a month or so ago or 2 months ago? I just don't know if I want to get into another one that's Shiba Inu related. I guess technically speaking, according to what Tim Shea mentioned, I own all three. I used to think, man, I never got into Bone, but technically speaking, on my providing liquidity on a liquidity pool with the pairing for Kleekai and some SHIB, I do have some Bone rewards. I just got to figure out a way to cash out of that pairing, because I committed to a 6 month and I've been doing it for, I think, a year. So I actually went well past that 6 month. I got to figure out, I got to watch a tutorial on how to, take that away from that liquidity pairing. I honestly don't know how to do that. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't. Really easy on doing it. It's kind of like fat. We're talking about fat juice, right? So it's like the fat's really easy to put on. It's hard to take off. Well, it's hard for me to figure out how to take that off right now. But I do see on my Coinbase wallet is there. They provided liquidity. And I believe at the time it was like 62% or higher on the yield. Of course, it fluctuated over time. So we have to see what goes on with that. I'm obviously not a fan of Kleekai. I still hold a bunch of that. But I took advantage of that pairing. So, yeah, I'm supposed to be able to wolf, right? That was the whole thing on Shiba Swap. I'm supposed to be able to wolf some Bone for being, for providing that. So I don't know. I'll see how much I earned over a year. It'll be interesting. So I should definitely have some Bone coming my way. I don't know how significant it's going to be, but we'll see. Crypto Smith says you made profits on SHIB. I did too. If it wasn't for SHIB, I wouldn't even be here. 8K to 88K is one of my standout ones for 2021. Made profits on SHIB. Might be getting into Bone now. Cool stuff, man. Burke says, yeah, I know it's considered an ish coin, but I'm not sure if people were paying attention. I stacked the paw since I missed that Bone. Right. There's nothing wrong with it. You recognize our opportunity. That's the main thing. Who cares if it's, meme token related or so on. And I know this is disappointing for some people. This is a little bit of tribalism. I hate to say this. So some people don't like the idea, even here at Crypto Talk Now, that we even talk about meme coins. Let's face it, some content creators, they give the perception of their utility all the way. My thing is, it's not just, I love to have focus on utility, don't get me wrong. My key thing is, it's not just utility, it's opportunity all the way, not turning a blind eye on any of this stuff. But overall, yeah, I'm not a big fan of meme tokens that much anymore, but that doesn't mean I don't hold any. I still hold a lot of those, Hence why we call Bitmart Mart. All right. Burke, there is a movie that will be broadcasted on Legacy TV this summer. It will show off the weight hourglass and everything people don't seem to talk about. Interesting. XRP is not a security. Will not be appealed. Facts. Thank you for that, Mr. Crypto Smith. Hello, Alicia. Homedale Education. Wolf to Office Style. Face Blue Smiling from Cool Cat Crypto. Well, the Cool Cat has entered. Welcome, Cool Cat, at this late hour. All right. We have one last thing that we're going to cover. Actually, two things. It shouldn't take too long. I'm just going to get right into it because I want to get into this because it will help me with some stuff I want to chop up. So we're going to get into some stellar news. Yeah, I know. Unbelievable, right? So here it is. And shout out to this guy. he is a guy who I've been continuously following and providing you the news in regards to Stellar updates. So this is alp.lsp. Give him a follow. He's now up to 10.2K followers. Man, he's really, really jumped up. I believe he was at 6,000 the other day. He's like up to 10,000 now. So, man, he's killing it. People recognize him. Why? Because there's not a lot of stellar content creators, right? We'll agree with Richard Commonson's crypto in regards to that. So look what's mentioned. It says Stellar Lumens joins super important board as first blockchain project ever worldwide. Listen to this. The Stellar Development Foundation, SDF, will be joining the Global Market Advisory Committee on the Commodity Futures Commission, which is the CFTC, as its only blockchain representation. All right. So you may be wondering, who the heck is the CFTC, right? Well, this comes straight from Wikipedia. And, being an instructor, we always tell our students, you can't cite Wikipedia, right? Because people can go in and change it. But you can use it as a source for knowledge, right? There's nothing wrong with that. So this is straight from Wikipedia. Commodity Futures Trading Commission. If you're wondering who they are, they were originally formed, I should say, in April 15th of 1975. They are an independent agency of the U.S. government created in technically 74 that regulates U.S. derivatives markets, which also includes futures, swaps, and certain kinds of options. You heard about this little thing in regards to the Stellar connection, I believe, a few months ago. And I also think Larry did he shared some of this. So shout out to him. Here's a little bit of the history of it. Futures contracts for agricultural commodities have been traded in the U.S. more than 150 years. There was also the whole thing of it going under federal regulation back in the 1920s. So this thing's been around for a while, right? So that's good to point out some of that. I meant to share it on that particular tab. Sorry about that. So anyway, let's jump back to this. And he has a whole outline. This is pretty cool stuff. So let's get into this a little bit more. So he says the committee advises the challenges and opportunities of a global marketplace, including leading institutional finance players like BlackRock, JP Morgan, and even Goldman Sachs. Look at this. The SDF will lend a crypto-native perspective to the committee and help foster deep collaborations between the traditional finance and blockchain sectors. It's good stuff. The inclusion of SDF in the committee proves that the U.S. regulators recognize the relevance of crypto and blockchain to the future of the nation's financial markets. How so? Well, we have the answer. It affords the industry a chance to have a voice in discussions relating to regulatory clarity for the blockchain and crypto industry in the short and long term. Now, John Deaton, on what we just covered earlier, was mentioned about the whole thing of, it's not that Ripple is just a win for crypto, right? Or a win for Ripple, I should say, an XRP, the XRP army. It is a win for the entire crypto space, right? Well, how is that so? Like he mentioned, because it's the path forward immediately. It leapfrogs us ahead to get regulatory clarity. That's one of the key things in regards to the Ripple/SEC case. But this thing with Stellar, again, a reiteration, right? It says, if this affords, or I should say, this also affords the industry a chance to have a voice in discussions. You want the discussions. You don't want people, whether part of the government, whether part of a political party, you name it, right? Especially other governments of the world, to turn a blind eye or be deaf tone to just that, discussions about regulatory clarity for the blockchain and crypto industry, both short and long term. How about this? The SDF aims to make the community understand the relevance of blockchain technology to the development and support of decentralized applications, aka DApps, right? DApps, especially the remittance and stable coin domains, which, let's face it, that gets brought up quite a bit. Look at this. And again, man, you follow alp.lsp. I mean, he's killing it with the Stellar coverage. This is a huge step forward for the Stellar network and its native token, which is XLM, Stellar Lumens, which has been growing steadily in terms of assets, accounts, operations, and payments in 2022, right? Yeah, absolutely. Think of all these projects that kept building what? Innovating in a bear market in the crypto winter of 2022. XDC, you could technically say you could throw into that mix as well. Absolutely. Remember all that sideways consolidation? That strengthened the asset. If anything, they built while everybody else was complaining. Stellar is also making progress in development and ecosystem expansion with the testnet launch of Sorbonne. We covered that one of our last XLM videos, right? Its smart contracts, standard and multi-partnerships with MoneyGram, Circle, and others. Last but not least, Stellar is poised to explode in 2023. This whole thing about people saying that, oh, I don't know if it's a bull run yet, you know. There's a difference between the start of a bull run and all-time highs. If you think a bull run is only all-time highs, I hate to disappoint you. There's a path forward towards that. Again, data shows that we are at the start of the bull run. And if anything, I showed you guys that like numerous times. If you still don't believe it, look more into it. Numbers and data do not have emotions. Stellar's poised to explode, like I said, in 2023 with more innovation, scalability, participation, and inclusion. Stay tuned for more updates. I mean, this guy's killing it, right? If you love Stellar, follow out.lsp on Twitter. He's doing it big as far as I'm concerned. And I was glad to share that. I'm going to kick it rapid fire into the next particular one we have. It's from in regards to Quant. I did see a super chat came in. Let's see how we're doing on some of the comments. So let's get into that. Let's see here. I'll read this real quick before I kick it into the super chat. I use XLM a lot. It never fails. Awesome. Yeah, you shared that before. Cool cat. Thank you for that. Henry Brown, longer the Ripple case than Stellar XLM / XRP is suppressed. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. And then while it gets resolved or a win for the or for Ripple, then blast off is the way I look at it. You know, I think John Deaton did a good job of meshing that. Thank you for that super chat. Bert says, yeah, all the ISO stuff seems to be fast and cheap to pay / receive. Crypto Winner says the graph is another one. He bought it for a few times at 14 cents and sold a few times at 15 cents. I'll give you a little heads up, my friend, on the graph. All right, that's another one Investor Place covered, and I've been following that one for the longest time. Right, so I won't tell you how much I hold on the graph, but I mean it's an okay size bag. But in regards to the graph, hold on a second. Let me see what we have. Where's McGrath, as you guys would say? You guys said McGrath. All right. Crypto Winner. I bought the graph. Let me see when I first bought it. November 9th. All right. I am up 128.31%. Want to know why that is, Crypto Winner, Mr. Badir? Because I bought it at 6 cents. Yeah. I'm really pleased with my graph. I bought the bottom on the graph. All right. Good night, CTN family. See you tomorrow. We'll see you, Crypto Smith. And guys, by all means, check out his show at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Tomorrow is an hour before our show over on his platform. It's called Straight Talk. But thank you for being here, Crypto Smith. Appreciate you, buddy. Cool Cat says Stellar sends in 1 second and costs a fraction of a penny. Yeah. That's amazing stuff. Hey, Cool Cat, what do you see or use XLM on? I buy it on sale and never got into it like I did Adam. Huh. Cool Cat says he uses XLM to move capital. And that's, yeah, there you go. I mean, that's a good way to look at it or go about it. All right. NFT Schiller says, just smash the like button. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. I appreciate everybody who smashes the like. River says, picked up that trick from here. Night. Great show. Thank you. You're welcome. Have a great night. And if anything, I'm going to get into the last bit. So here's the last bit of coverage we have for the lineup tonight. This is kind of a long show. We're approaching the 4-hour mark. So we'll end on this. Shout out to Quant Papa. Let's get into this just for a brief moment. All right. So Quant Papa states, QNT, definitely Quant Network. XDC. Let's listen to this, right? We covered this whole thing in regards to, why the heck did Gilbert Verdian and Quant, of Quant, or maybe Martin Hargreaves, or both of them, why the heck did they pick ETH over XDC? We had a special guest tokenizer on the show. We did a video on this, right? And that was released earlier today in the video section. You can check it out for yourself. But yeah, let's go ahead and play this. It says definitely Quant Network. Listen to what is mentioned here, right? Literally, they say Quant. Let's go ahead and play this. This is only about 40 seconds. We'll be right back. Smash that like if you haven't done so. Here we go.
But let's see what the options could be in the future to bring more liquidity to the corporates via different ways. Could be factoring companies in addition to the large banks and the local banks, of course. Definitely Quant network over Ledger is relevant, as XDC network is already working with Quant. You have more information on Twitter for that as well.
Yeah, the announcement, by the way, by the XDC and over Ledger, the crossing pathway, and this is a big move indeed, for going bigger and bigger in my view.
But let's see what.
All right. All right, let me jump back in the frame. So there's that, and I'm going to show you guys the rest of this. All right, so it says, new in trade finance talks, issue 15. Is DLT the new foundation for interoperable transactions in banking? You can read more about here. This is from Andre Casterman. This was from, obviously, March of this year. Cool stuff. But if anything, hold on a second. Sorry about that. Give me just a second. So I'm going to show you guys this real quick. And it's this right here. Let's click on this. Here's the actual article. So it says, is DLT the new foundation, just like I mentioned, for interoperable transactions in banking? This is posted on March 6th, remodified on the 29th. I just want to get into this for just a brief bit, because with XDC, we're always talking about, trade finance and so on. So as we know, it says DLT offers the financial service industry a new piece of infrastructure, as we know, to push the boundaries of open banking, et cetera, right? DLT enables financial institutions to share common understanding of assets and transactions with their clients and counterparties. Why does that matter? Well, we're going to get into that. So it says, this guy first heard about disruptive technologies in regards to DLT and blockchains back in 2015 and was not convinced by all the hype back then. Now, why was that? He says he didn't understand the need for new database technology, nor could he accept the need for financial institutions to communicate differently. Maybe this is why all this stuff kept getting pushed down the road, right? Kick the can down, further down the road, as the saying goes, right? So it says the use of the internet encryption technologies was established to use of cloud applications was growing, and application and program interfaces, APIs, started to make their mark, particularly in payments following ambitious open banking regulations. Now, in regards to how DLT could help, it says it was building trade consortia the right step forward. Well, when banks set up the initial trade-focused consortia in 2016, roughly 2017-ish, this guy wondered why such an excitement would only be used as a new messaging infrastructure, kind of like what we saw recently with ISO 222, right? Going live. But yeah, albeit decentralized. Well, it appeared as if those consortia applied a 21st century technology, for example, DLT and blockchains, on a 20th century business idea. Proof in the pudding we see with SWIFT, with the MT messaging standard that dates back to the 1970s. Literally same kind of example. The consortia got it right when it came to embracing distributed ledger technology, but the latter, using the new technology to build proprietary ecosystems, had been the main issue the industry has seen. Using DLT to support new closed ecosystems is short-sighted, as DLT offers us the opportunity to push the boundaries of open banking and engage with interoperable transactions. How about this? Lesson learned, right? No kidding. DLT is a 21st century innovation that needs to be embraced. Think about it, embraced with a 21st century open banking mindset. Earlier in the show, we talked about the whole thing with JASMY. Their government, compared to ours, definitely embraces what? Innovation, right? We can take some notes from the Japanese government. That's where most trade-focused consortia have failed so far, not only the bankrupt ones. Now, in regards to DLT, DLT extends open banking to risk mitigation. How so? Well, there's a few different things, but look what it says. On-chain data exchange, tracking of assets, instant payments, using the on-chain value, on-chain investment products. The first two features, 1 and 2, are not expected to be regulated, while basically the next 2, 3, and 4 are subject to regulatory approval. Now, earlier we talked about that outline from XRP, the path forward for regulatory clarity, what John Deaton was talking about. Look what it mentions here in regards to DLT extending to open banking to risk mitigation, right? So you have some of these examples, and we gave it to you, but look what's mentioned on the right side. So I already mentioned some of the key features on the 4, but as far as on-chain investment products, investors access new asset classes through security token offerings, right? We know about ICOs, initial coin offerings. We know about IDOs, initial DAO offerings. What about security token offerings, STOs, and on-chain liquidity? Well, you can see how this is going. There's a lot of topic that's happening recently when it comes to, real-time gross settlements and instant payments and things like that. Is it going to be Cypherium? A lot of people feel like, hell no, it's not going to be. There's a lot of FUD in regards to that. My thing is, I'm going to wait and see, but I definitely will not dismiss Ripple. And if anything, I'm definitely not going to dismiss XDC for trade finance. So it says instant payments using on-chain value, corporations and or FIs, financial institutions, pay counterparties, instantly and 24/7 whilst reducing transaction level risk through on-chain escrow and DVP settlement. Now, this is automated through programmability settlement risk mitigation. Of course, there's more. I'm going to skip to the one about tracking. I mean, that's good stuff to know. Look what it mentions in regards to on-chain data exchange. Counterparties exchange information using what? Distributed IT servers, thereby eliminating risk and costs inherent in its centralization and single points of failure. Cost reduction, operational risk reduction. You think about the whole thing in regards to supply chain and logistics and how that's all broken down. The saying goes, time is money. Time is even that much more money, not just for instant payments and what we got going on for the central banks of the world. It makes even that much more sense for, the trade industry, right? And if we can have something that solves the problem at scale when it comes to just that trade, by having improvements to logistics and supply chain problems that, let's face it, are happening as we speak, then it's a big win for innovation, 110%. Now, there's all these different figures and so on, and I don't want to get into too deep of a dive in regards to this, but I like what it says here. DLT supports major industry innovations. Did you know that back in 2019, as part of the trade-focused fintech committee that I chair, the committee set up 2 collaborative initiatives to drive technology-driven market innovations. How so? Well, like it says, they had initiatives of basically taking advantage of DLT in very targeted ways and to aim increase interoperability and foster open banking in trade finance. Now, if you hold XDC, connect the dots in regards to this, right? It says, while DNI initiative concentrates on digital origination, TFD initiative addresses gaps in expanding distribution to institutional and retail investors. Institutional, that sounds interesting itself. The initial goal of DNI initiative is to help financial institutions adopt what is referred to as emulator, and we covered this before in a while back. Go to our video section. Compatible laws and leverage DLT as a trusted registry of electronic trade documents and negotiable instruments. This is why DNI initiative takes advantage of features, for instance, 1 and 2. Over time, there will be room for expanding the DNI initiative to on-chain automated payments, feature 3. I'm not going to get into all this stuff, but it can also take advantage of on-chain liquidity, therefore expand to what you're going to see in feature 4. I'm not getting into all these, but I want to talk about this just for a brief moment. Consortia. You hear other content creators bring this to you. I think Crypto Lula mentioned this a few times. So bank consortia are critical as they enable the industry to own, govern a market of infrastructure, or market infrastructure, to say. This approach was very successful in European payments. For instance, EBA clearing, which is owned by 48 banks. And the trade market could also take advantage of such ownership and governance models. I know this is a lot verbatim, and I'm going skimming through as much as I can. But look what is also mentioned here in regards to the last 5 decades. Banks have successfully set up a series of financial market infrastructures to address collaborative ambitions. Examples include Euroclear, even SWIFT, right? And some of these other ones like automatic clearinghouses. However, in trade finance, listen to this, especially if you're still with me, the approach has not delivered the expected results as banks took the development risk on their own shoulders by designing new value propositions and building new technologies, from scratch. A lower risk approach suggests scaling proven technologies, for example, those demonstrated by the DNI and TFD initiatives, through a bank-owned and bank-governed scheme. Effectively wrapping existing technology solutions by expanding the delivery scope to the one a financial market infrastructure can offer, for example, embedding more regulated functions. This way, banks avoid taking the initial delivery and market adoption risk while focusing on expanding the value propositions beyond technology. What's the quick gist from this? Number one, we understand the whole thing about payments and how that's so significant in regards to, we need the money to flow more freely, and banks, central banks, don't need to get penalized so much for moving the money as far as like a big fee and using outdated, slow technology, right? The old SWIFT model from the 70s. But if anything, look what's mentioned here in regards to the trade sector. Like I'll state again, banks avoid taking the initial delivery and market adoption risk while focusing on expanding the value propositions beyond technology. Beyond technology. What was the lesson that was learned from here? Well, they have the example. Bank consortia is not dead. They have been relevant mainly in payments and securities so far. Trade banks just need to embrace proven, for example, delivered and adopted technology innovations when building consortia, thereby eliminating the delivery and market adoption risk. So my thing is this, in closing, and basically I'm going to stop the screen on this for a second. You're going to see a lot of talk here in the future when it comes to the whole idea of distributed ledger technology. What does it entail? Not just from the payment sector. I mean, there's so much emphasis on that, but the trade sector, because it affects every single country of the world. That outline I just gave you gives you the perfect example of how we solve trade demands at scale by being able to scale up through distributed ledger technologies. Other countries are going to embrace the technologies, but will the United States, pardon the expression, pull their head out of their butt when it comes to understanding this? Or will it continue to be a divisive topic due to politics and bureaucratic nonsense? So with that said, I'm going to wrap things up here in a moment. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight for this special Friday edition of Crypto Talk Now of Do Your Own Research with Max. It's been a great show. And if anything, I was glad to be able to bring you, especially the JASMY bombshell from earlier. I will chop it up and give you guys a recorded in regards to that and get it out to the community. But I wanted to bring it to you guys first in regards to getting it on the live. So I'm just going to go through the last bit of comments. I'm really going to wrap it up for sure because I got to go. But let's see here. Great job, man. I mean, Sir Maximus, SR Maximus, the graph. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah, I've been following that one very closely. I've known about the graph for, probably shortly after I got into Shiba Inu because, Investor Place covered a lot. I know about audio, did really well on audio, came in that basically close to the bottom on that one too. But thank you, man. ETH is AOL, man. I've been through ever tech revolution. Nice. Yeah, it is. It is like AOL. Might be actually worse in some ways. I'm holding Graph at 14 cents. Very bullish for the next year, especially with people thinking it's an AI token. It's not an AI token. I don't know why people are thinking that at all. It's an index. It's why we call it the Google of crypto. I don't know why people haven't done their own research on that, but I'm glad you hold it, man. Hodl the Graph, man, because that one is going to be that one is going to take off. We're going to talk about utility projects. They're not ISO related. The Graph, Audius, some of these other projects, right? That's utility, right? Utility all the way. All right. Henry Brown says, Crypto Talk Now, does this community have a gaming side to it as well? If yes, anyone on Steam and or Xbox Live? I use PC. Hey, man, I'm on PC. So are you kidding me? I am absolutely into gaming. You can follow me on @DPG Maximus, and I'll show you my gaming channel. I haven't made any videos on it for a while, but I'll show you that real quick. Here it is. Show you real quick. There we go. Here's my gaming channel. About 7,333 subs. Did about close to 100 videos. Here's my most popular ones: how to fly the 2X glider bombs, Battlefield 5 P70, 126,000 views. LW3 Tundra and Black Ops Cold War, 108,000 views. How to fly a P-51 Mustang, how to fly and dominate, right? You can even view what we did with Call of Duty 4, right? 460,000 users. So yeah, I'm very much into gaming. I just haven't played it as much because I got really super into crypto. But yeah, I haven't made a video on that for a while. But yeah, to answer the question, I am super into gaming still. And I'm actually looking forward to playing. I guess when Larry eventually comes back from his health issues with his eye, I'm looking to play the living heck out of Hell Let Loose and maybe a little bit of Enlisted. I like those games. Max Tax Gold XRP. Oh man, I can't go no more, man. Tomorrow, my friend. Tomorrow. Okay. I can't do no more. I'm sorry. And only that, my dad's turned to. He's been extremely patient. He's turned to a Snicker bar at this point. He's 100% full king size Snicker bar at this point. So I really got to wrap it up. All right, Crypto Winner says Henry Brown, Max is a gamer. Yep, there it is right there. All right. Uniswap. Oh yeah, you talked about that before. My BLT. Oh, baconless tomato. That sounds good. Bought Cardano against the low 38 cents. Yeah, I don't know. Every time I try to convince myself of getting more Cardano, I find other opportunities with other projects that I haven't gone into, or I need to stack more. You know what I mean? Like, oh, okay, I could just, instead of putting more into Cardano, I could just stack more XDC, or I can buy more HBAR, or I could buy more Casper. You get what I'm saying? I don't know. That sounds bad, but you got to keep in mind, I think I either got 4K into Cardano or close to it. I don't know, man. I understand the Cardano long term is going to be amazing. Don't get me wrong. I'm trying to somewhat justify at these prices, and maybe it'll come back to haunt me, but I'm not really sweating it, man. I'm not sweating it at all. I'm already well diversified, so I'm not going to beat myself up about it. But I'm glad you recognize the opportunities for yourself. Constantine Baklaya, hi Max, as you mentioned about JASMY, again, I believe that the price will go to $1 this bull run. Yeah, I feel that way. We had that bombshell earlier, and I was glad to bring it to you guys. As I would say, it's kind of like our crypto Hulk moment for CTN. It's pretty cool. If you missed out on that, it's all right. I'm gonna chop it up and do a recorded video. Let me buy 20 of the graph right now. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with DCA. Coin operated, welcome. He said, what up, brother? Glad to have you back. Good to have you here. Coin operated. All right. JASMY looks like it's going to blast off soon in the charts. Well, I don't think it's due to us, man, but you never know. I think, if anything, Crypto Twitter, that guy that posted out that information, probably gets the most of the credit because now that smashes the FUD. We have confirmed whether the FUDders want to do anything about it. And let's face it, they're still going to probably say some stupid stuff. But now we have 100% confirmation that there's something solid in regards to the Toyota WITS subsidiary, that partnership, right? It's basically confirmed. There's no denying it. That comes straight from their own video on their own platform from YouTube. Now, what's the FUDder going to do with that? How can they possibly trump the, with some kind of FUD with that? They can't. They cannot. So if that's an NDA violation, was done on purpose, right? But that is big for JASMY holders. So we'll see what happens with that. I wouldn't be surprised if that information spread on crypto Twitter like wildfire. I, of course, brought it to you guys as far as on YouTube, right? But I thought that was a bombshell, man. Absolute bombshell. All right. You're cool with 1,000 Cardano, 1,000 Algo. Yeah, Algo, man. When we went below 20 cents around 19, that wasn't too bad, or 18. I was stacking my 8 on my ledger, paying well. Nice, man. I see them in the same boat, Algorand and Cardano. Cool. All right, I'm wrapping it up, guys. Thank you so much for joining us for Crypto Talk Now. It kind of somewhat turned into a WrestleMania, as Stardog would say. I don't know if tomorrow I do something like that because, I also got to take time to do recorded content. You got to keep in mind, as a content creator, there's magic formulas. You got to have consistent at least 1 to 3 videos per day, average, if you will, when it comes to recorded content, live shows. Helps to have shorts. We probably should do that too, but that's how we basically grow. So if I do WrestleMania every night, 5 hours straight or something like that, it doesn't allow me enough time to chop some stuff up. But really appreciate you guys. It's been a great show. Smash that like on your way out. We'll be back here tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. I'm sure we'll share some of the tags from, the big homie, Mr. Crypto McDizzle, some of the other guys, Brian Dowie, Coochie Boy, Tim Shea, whoever else was tagging us. You're more than welcome to have your content or your tags featured on what you did on Sideline Reporting. But yeah, guys, great show. Over and out. See you back here tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. And remember, there's only one, the only crypto winner, aka Hump Not Dump, aka Badir, representing BK all day, Brooklyn, New York in the house, representing the 5 boroughs. Wu-Tang Clan strikes again, the RZA, the Jizza, oh dirty Rick Plum, the Chef, Ghostface Killer, and METHOD, man. That's right. Shout out to you, Mr. Crypto Winner. Have a great night. Over and out.